Okay, we're not even doing intro music or none of that crap. We're getting right into it. Excuse me. Hi everyone. How's everyone doing? Hopefully good. I have to adjust all my sound stuff. So I'm gonna be real with everybody. We may or may not have major technical issues over the course of the stream. Just keep it at 100. Basically because Apex Gaming PCs very generously decided that they wanted to partner up, and they hooked me up, real talk, with a new PC. Now, yes, I have the streaming PC stacked on top of it. That's because I was troubleshooting them last night, and I just didn't want to have to keep crawling under the desk to do it. But yes, I know it seems like a weird flex, but I didn't have time to unstack it. Normally, this thing's under the desk, so you don't see it. But anyway, this is the new PC. That thing right there is the 4090 they included. That's how stupid huge the 4090 is. So I'm very, very thankful to Apex Gaming. We're going to be, like I said, announcing the partnership more officially in the near future. But as of right now, we just have a kick-ass PC, and I'm very, very thankful. So in the meantime, the reason why we might have technical issues is because the entire streaming setup has had to move into a new computer. Everything had to get rewired, rerun into it. And I had to reset up all the scenes, all the transitions, which still don't really work, all the sound routing. It's a whole thing. No glasses today. That doesn't really go on easy with the headphones. They're always there. They're always there. Magical PETA, yes, everyone. I just want to take this moment to just formally apologize to everybody. You know, I never wanted to make one of these YouTube apology videos because they're just so cringe, and everybody that makes them is really, really dumb. But here we are. I made a big mistake. I made an oopsie. You guys remember I talked about the Hogwarts Legacy trailer that we saw and the gameplay that everybody got to go play. And in that, they showed off a section of gameplay where they showed two dragons having a dragon cockfight. And I carelessly said in a... sorry, I coughed. I said in a serious lapse of judgment that if I lived in the magical world, I might just attend a dragon cockfight, and I would probably even enjoy it. And that was wrong of me to say. That was... I will grow from... Sorry, I crunched my... You know when you cross your legs and then you crunch the thing between... I crunched myself. I will do better. I will do better. We had some representatives from Magical PETA come out to our Discord, which you should also join. Links in the description. And they called me out on this over the course of several hours with many, many messages. And you know what? We will do better. We will do better. So thank you for helping me during this very serious time, this difficult moment. We'll get through this together. I woke up to a message, a tag in our Discord saying, it was like, @Luke, oh dude, you're effed, bro. And I was like, oh my God, what now? So I'm like, I wake up with a heart attack already starting. And I checked it and I was like, oh, it's just magical Discord. Okay. Oh, well, it's magical PETA. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, no, we're good. Who gives a crap? It's all in good fun. It's all in good fun. Not serious. Anyway, I tried to defend you, Luke. I appreciate it, Jan. I appreciate it. Who wouldn't want to go to a dragon cockfight? That's kind of what I'm saying. I'm like, that's kind of like, it's kind of badass, but also, I mean, cancel. You know, if I get canceled for saying I would attend a magical cockfight, I did it my way. I will rest happily knowing that that's how I went out. Anyway, how's everybody doing? Let me know how you're doing in the chat. I want to see. We've already got a ton of people in here. This is going to be a banger of a day. I can already tell. Magic cockfight. Yeah. Sharon. Cock magic is back, Sharon. You told me it was a waste of time in college, but it's back, Sharon. Cock magic. Oh. Pretty good. Feeling good. Good, Carl. I have so much work I shouldn't even be here. Well. It is what it is. I'm good, just hating sickos. Oh, man. I hate sickos more than I love Ozzy Osbourne. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what right now. Look here, look, listen. That's most definitely what's up. Okay. I am also guessing. I will try to keep an eye on it, everybody, but just a heads up. Normally when we have, like, we move stuff over, the first thing that starts glitching out are like notifications and monitored audio. So like memberships, donations, stuff like that. So we'll see if it works. Oh, well, perfect. Marius, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Is it going to trigger? No, I don't think it will. Okay, well, it's appearing on screen, so we can at least see it. I don't know why the audio isn't working, but we'll figure that out at some later date. Thank you guys, and Bence for becoming a member as well. Appreciate you guys. I want to say, by the way, we talked a few weeks, or about a week ago actually, about potentially moving to Twitch because they were making some statements and offers that they might be interested in bringing us back. I want to say now. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. We're staying on YouTube. We're chilling. We're vibing. The numbers are good here. People prefer watching here. And for sake of Rocky and the mods, YouTube just announced that they are adding a special new tier of moderator to live chats. So now moderators can actually moderate. How cool is that? They can actually ban bots asking you to go to dating websites and stuff. Previously, that wasn't a thing. Wet Donkey, use this for the donkey fund. Thank you for the $9.99. I will make sure to add it. I'll send it to my accountant and have them set this money in the donkey fund right now. It's very important. Submit apps for mod status. Just shoot me a message in the Discord DMs. Do that. I just have to do it. Basically, we just want to, make sure everybody is on board. I don't foresee any issues, Thesaurus. I think it'd be great. But it's our process. Normally we ask the other mods if they have any problems with that. 99% of the time they say no, but I just want to make sure that, the one time that I don't ask the other mods if they have a problem with it is going to be the time that I make somebody a mod who has previously been convicted of murder or something. So I just, we play it safe. We play by the books. But just send me a DM in Discord and we can get the ball rolling. You hiring editors for free? I will say I am actively, this goes for everybody. Since you guys are in the chat right now, if you have video experience, I am actively looking for people, preferably who watch the stream, who are down to clip YouTube shorts from the stream. So these would be like what you see on YouTube all over the place, but YouTube shorts under 60 seconds, clips and highlights from this stream that we would turn into shorts. So if that's something you're interested in and you have previously done it, or you want to you just want to throw your hat in the ring, it would be potentially a paid position. I don't know how much, because I don't know how many we'd be able to make. I really don't. But if you're interested, also send me a DM on Discord. You can join our Discord server below, and then you'll see my name on the list of members, and you can shoot me a message as well. But I imagine it'd be pretty easy, because you just be watching, and then if something interesting happens you think could work as a short, you would just clip it, and then maybe a little bit of editing, and then boom. you know? So it should be relatively easy. But if you're interested, send me a DM on Discord. Wet Donkey, thank you again for the $9.99. Another $9.99. That's very generous of you. The average cost of purchasing a donkey is between $200 and $3,000. That sounds like a wide range, doesn't it? It's between $200 and $3,000. Maybe it's $2,000 and $3,000. I don't know. There's a place near where I live. They have 2 donkeys that are out front. They have like, it's basically a farm, but they have a big, I guess it's just a pen, but it's like kind of sandy, gravelly ground. So there's not even grass or anything. And then there's like a little shed that just covers, like, it's very small. It's maybe a meter deep, 2 meters wide. And it just provides a little bit of shade. And those donkeys are out there all the time. Like, I've never not seen them there. And they just walk in circles in that little pen. I feel bad for them. I feel bad. We back to summer. Oh, Rocky, did you hear? Boom. Did you hear about managing moderators, Rocky? It's a new role that YouTube added, where you can now, as managing moderator, you should be able to change everything from chat modes. You should be able to actually ban people. So I just made you a managing moderator, so you should be able to change chat modes as you need to, based on the flow of chat and everything. So that's pretty cool. That's most definitely what's up. Let's see. Welcome to Ban World. Yeah, exactly. Steffi, also, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, Rocky, in case you missed it, we're going to be chilling on YouTube. It definitely is not because Twitch continues to be kind of a cesspool, but also because Twitch, like, I'm not even joking, they countered lower, which is not how negotiations work. We said, like, yeah, I mean, we're willing to entertain it. Could you make a more interesting offer than the initial one? Because basically they offered to throw, like, pocket change at us, especially for Twitch. Like, it's stuff they found in the couch at us. And we were like, yeah, I mean, see what you can do. Let's talk. They said, we just reevaluated. They came back lower. And I was like, okay, well, never mind. It's like, and go fuck yourself. It's like, damn it, guys. That's so dumb. So I don't know. And YouTube, like, right after that happened yesterday, I was like, okay, so that's freaking stupid. And then this morning I get the email that YouTube's adding a new, like, they're addressing one of our major problems, which was that moderators here have, like, major problems with actually moderating in YouTube chats. So it seems like YouTube's actively taking steps to do stuff better, and YouTube is doing something else. Yes, we're going to be watching the new Hogwarts Legacy trailer. We're going to be checking out a lot of Hogwarts Legacy stuff, actually. We also have a new gameplay overview of Atomic Heart, which is coming out later this month. We also have a breakdown by Mr. Matty on the Xbox situation going on with Halo. We have news about, what's his name?
Hello.
Cheater, Billy Mitchell. That's what it is. Billy Mitchell. So we'll look at Billy Mitchell. Somebody's at the front door. Also, Sony is making a move that is freaking dumb as hell. Not even joking. They're removing the PlayStation Plus collection library, the whole library, in May. They're just getting rid of it, which is unbelievable. But anyway, we're going to talk about that as well. And then we also have some news about Redfall, the game from Arcane, that we're going to be discussing. So we're going to tackle each of these things kind of as we go. We're going to start with Hogwarts Legacy, because I think that's probably where a good number of you, or why a good number of you have turned out. So we're going to talk about that and get into it. But yeah, there's a lot going on. Let's see, PlayStation. Also, somebody mentioned on stream on Monday that I forget who it was, but a YouTuber did a breakdown of the graphics options in Hogwarts Legacy. Does anyone know what that was, or could you link it in chat? Because I have not been able to find it. And searching like Hogwarts Legacy graphics just turns up the most brain dead videos ever. So if anybody remembers what that video was and could link it, I would appreciate it, because I think that would be worth checking. Yeah, they're removing it. Yeah, I can't even explain it. We're going to talk about it, but it's just, again, like Sony right now is the Twitch of the gaming world too. Like they just time and again are doing the stupidest things they could do. It's unbelievable. Like, I don't know what the justification is. They're like, okay, so Xbox Game Pass is offering an amazing value to their customers. We tried to counter it with our own version. Let's just give up. And like that's it. They're just like, never mind. Control Z after offering it. Like, my understanding is they'll keep this stuff in your library if you redeemed it, basically through that. But they don't want anybody new doing it, and it's probably because they're seeing revenues drop as a result. Because what basically happens, and you know what, to demonstrate this, I'm going to pull up good old MS Paint. No other way to do it, right? You know it's going to be a good day when Luke's pulling out MS Paint. So let's do this. I'm going to, you know what, just for you guys, you see, marker maybe. I'm going to fill this in as the background so you can see your comments. Look at me, I'm so considerate. It only kind of works. It only kind of works. Anyway, so how all of these companies work nowadays is they basically have it structured where the only reason that they can justify being more expensive and trading at like 40 times their earnings per share, which is what like Tesla's at, is under the assumption that they'll forever grow. And so for PlayStation and Xbox, there's two like main things that you're looking at. One is revenue increases, and two is like signups for your perpetual income. Because when you're valuing a company, usually what you're doing, if this is the money that the company's making over the course of like 10 years, let's just say this is a 10-year period, then what there's a calculation called net present value that you'll do based on all of these cash flows, and then you discount it based off of the weighted average cost of capital. It's like a whole thing. But basically what you do is you recapture all of this income, and then you calculate how much you have to discount it to bring it back to time period 1, which is today. Or 0, I guess, would be today. But 1 would be when we're evaluating it. So like in 1 period for the next quarter, whatever. Audio, Nami, is audio going out? Are you good? Video's lagging out. Hold on, let me see. Refresh if audio is going crazy. Is it YouTube? It's YouTube. Okay, it's YouTube. Okay. Refresh if you have an audio. That's weird, dude. Audio's fine. Okay, I don't freaking know. Oh. You gotta love YouTube sometimes. Anyway, so where we like how this works is, like I said, you're discounting future cash flows, and the only way this works is if this is getting bigger, right? For Microsoft, their whole thing, let's say like black is PlayStation's projections through, let's say starting like 2013, like this was the PS4 generation, let's say this. For Xbox, their projections were probably pretty good, but I think they probably ended up doing this for most of the PS4 generation. Xbox just kind of plateaued. They didn't get many console exclusives. They didn't have a lot of excitement around the brand. Sony really started to take off. What's happening with PlayStation right now, maybe blue, is they're trying to compete with Microsoft. And what Microsoft is doing is they're changing their model, their business model, from individual spikes of income in the form of console sales, major releases, that type of thing. And they're changing it to a subscription model based income, which tends to be lower than the peaks of this, but it's much more consistent. So it'll be kind of like this. It grows as user bases grow, but this income is very steady and guaranteed. What PlayStation's been doing is they are relying a lot more on you buying a $70 game. So their income probably spikes up and down like this a lot more. So like, oh, new God of War came out. Okay, awesome. And then it drops down here while everything slows. And then, oh my God, like Bloodborne 2/Knack 3 launch. And then it goes up here. And this investors hate. Investors hate the blue line because it's really hard to figure out what the company's worth when one flop would mean that this just completely goes away and instead just stays down low. So subscription model based income can be really nice because it's much more it's much easier to just predict. But with unrealistic Knack 3 would go much higher. Yeah, for sure. But what PlayStation's now trying to do is they are like doing the worst of both sides, where they are trying to both get the steadier income of a subscription model with their PlayStation Plus and Premium and Now, whatever crap. And then they're also going and trying to rely on $70 purchases at the same time. And I think what they're realizing with all of this is that you have to do one or the other. Like you can't go half into subscription models and you can't go half into $70 things. So either you're the $70 company or you're tying it into your subscription model. And that's why like this whole thing with The Last of Us seems so freaking stupid. With that, like The Last of Us Part 2 and The Last of Us Part 1 remake not being included on PlayStation Plus. There's no reason that shouldn't be part of their subscription model. Other than that, they simply want to be able to charge $70 for it now, get for the quick cash, and then maybe later they'll figure out what they need to do with it. But I think what's happening is they're starting to realize that subscription modeling or their subscription sucks so bad, people aren't signing up for it and the growth isn't happening. And in fact, people are canceling their memberships. And so they're going to decide to just pull things off of that subscription model so that if you want to play God of War 1 or God of War 2018 or like The Last of Us Part 1, I think they have the non-remade version available on there. But like if you want to play any of these PlayStation classics, you have to buy it for $10-15 instead of trying to get you to sign up for the memberships. And so it's just freaking stupid across the board because they're doing like they're half-assing both sides of it, and so they have like a worse reaction from everybody involved. It just doesn't work. Like either you are the master of one or master of none. And Xbox, say what you will, Xbox has had some serious revenue drops in the last 4 quarters or so. Year over year, their holiday quarter dropped like 12% in revenue, mainly because they didn't have like any games come out last year. But a lot of that is because for Xbox, they don't, like I said, they don't have spikes. Xbox's income looks like this. Whereas PlayStation, their income is always going to come out. Let's do like red. Their income, until they swap to a subscription model, is going to be huge spikes and then major dips and then huge spikes and major dips. And this is exactly what like Rockstar's income would look like, except their periods are going to be like, you know, kind of pretty good with GTA Online and then massive, ridiculous spikes off the charts whenever they launch a new game like Red Dead 2 or Grand Theft Auto 6. So, I don't know. PlayStation just needs to figure it out. But all it screams to me is that PlayStation is a company right now that has no real clear vision for what they're doing. And that's what makes this whole thing so insane. Sean Layden, I don't think would have done this. I don't think so at all. So, for those of you who missed it, Sony confirms it will remove the PlayStation Plus collection library in May. Those who redeem the 20 PS4 games will still be able to access them as long as they remain subscribers. Once you lose your subscription, you'll lose access to them. From May 9th, the collection of 20 games will no longer be offered. Sony Interactive Entertainment said on Wednesday, games can still be redeemed. Let's see. It's a library of 20 PS4 games, including 10 first-party and 10 third-party, given exclusively to PS5 owners who are also members of the paid subscription service. And now they're just getting rid of it. Big yoink. Never mind. Oopsie. Oopsie poopsie. The collection includes God of War, Fallout 4, Mortal Kombat, Uncharted 4, Ratchet & Clank, Days Gone, Until Dawn, Detroit, Become Human, Battlefield 1, Infamous Second Son, Batman Arkham Knight, The Last Guardian, The Last of Us Remastered, not remake, Persona 5, Resident Evil 7, Bloodborne, and Monster Hunter World. And all of those will no longer be received. It launched along with the PS5 in 2020 as a perk for owners of the new-gen console only. At the time, the CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment, Jim Ryan, said he hadn't decided if the PlayStation Plus collection would be expanded beyond its initial lineup. Hadn't made up his mind. Seems like he made up his mind now, right? Hardcore. Well, we're going to wait and see how the world receives the Plus collection. You know, which games are played and how much they're played before we make any decisions about that. We think it's potentially going to be a great user acquisition tool. Arguably, if you never had a PS4 and you choose to buy a PS5, you basically get a PS4, right? Yeah, big ol' never mind on that one. Big ol' yoink. I guess they just, maybe the subscriptions were just down. I don't know. What I think they came to terms with is what Ryan said is, quote, a subscription model like Game Pass, quote, doesn't make any sense, end quote, for Sony's first-party operation, considering its focus on big-budget games. Which basically, I mean, this is a concern a lot of us have had with, like you think of something like Starfield. Starfield's a huge budget title. And, like, if it comes out and does amazing versus it comes out and sucks ass, for Microsoft, it won't really change how much money they make or don't make. It's going to be pretty much consistent across the board. Whereas, like, for Sony, if they have a huge blockbuster that blows everybody away, they're going to, like, you know, rake in ridiculous amounts of money. So I just think it's unfortunate that PlayStation is being so dumb with this, because this just, again, screams that Sony does not give a crap about value to the consumer. And like, I know I saw some people, like Thesaurus, I think it was, in chat were saying that, like, the Edge controller is great. I think the Edge controller certainly appeals to some people. However, I personally find this thing to be horribly overpriced for what it is. And across the board, like, everything Sony's been doing recently just screams that they don't really care about customer value propositions. They are more concerned with maximizing revenues where they can. And so they've given up on, like, the idea of being for the gamers. It's pure business. And that's why I've said, like, Jim Ryan, I would bet you money he has not played a video game in the last 6 months. Maybe even a year or two. He does not strike me as a gamer at all, other than, like, staged media events. I don't think he's a gamer at all. And it's exactly what happens when you get somebody involved in business. Oh crap, what was his name? He was the former CEO of Pepsi, John Scully. John Scully, this guy. John Scully was the former CEO of Pepsi, and then he became the Apple CEO in the 80s. And he proceeded to just, like, totally destroy Apple. He almost drove Apple into bankruptcy. Apple, as a thing, almost just didn't exist. Like, they almost went bankrupt in the 90s until they brought Steve Jobs back and he saved the company. However, the reason that he was so terrible is because he was a big business guy coming from Pepsi. He thought you could just come in, offer 15 different versions of the same product, sell it at different price points, and that you'd be billionaires, no problem. But he had no vision. He had no concern for what the consumer or customer actually wanted or anything that was exciting for the consumer. And so the company tanked, and he almost drove it into the ground. And that's, unfortunately, it seems to be a lot of what's happening with PlayStation right now. They came from Sean Layden. Sean Layden. Did I spell it right? I did. This guy ran PlayStation through the PS4 gen. He's responsible for all of those PS4 exclusives that did so well. This is the visionary behind them. And now it's all on this dude, Jim Ryan. And I don't think he has anywhere near the vision that Sean Layden had. I don't think he really understands gamers or gaming. He only gives a crap about revenue and the dollars on the bottom line. And you can tell. And it's only a matter of time before PlayStation gamers start to sniff it and start to realize what's going on. Because it stinks. It stinks. There's always going to be the sycophants that refuse to acknowledge that it's a problem. That's always going to be there. However, a good number of people, I think, are starting to wake up to it and be like, okay, well, screw you, Sony. Come on. And as we saw with the Xbox generation, no console manufacturer, no company is too big to piss off their fans to the point where they just stop supporting them. And with the Xbox, all of the crap they pulled with that eventually came back to bite them. And coming off of the 360 generation, nobody thought that Xbox could possibly suffer underneath any sort of pressures from outside, because they were the kings of the 360 generation. The idea that Xbox's next console would be a flop, or not a flop, but just would not do very well in comparison to the PlayStation 4 was unbelievable. It was like, come on, dude, whatever. But while the PlayStation 5 is off to a strong start, for sure, off of the back of the PS4's success, I wouldn't be too hopeful for later generation success from Sony, because if they're already making stupid decisions like this, there's going to be a lot more. Mark my words. End scene. Okay, there. Hold on. Okay, I got rambling. Let's see. I got a lot to catch up on. My goodness. My Sharona. Oh God, Sean. Yes, got a live stream. So glad you are staying on YouTube. Thank you, Sean. And geez, 100 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. It's very generous, and I'm glad to see you again. Thanks for popping by. And yes, so long as YouTube works. I mean, it sounds like some of you guys were having glitches with YouTube stuff. So hopefully that's sorting out. But yeah, hopefully they start to figure that out. Great Aurelius, thank you for becoming a member as well. And Treble Champ, thing is, Sony has content, whereas Microsoft has nothing but delays. As of right now, yes. Thank you for the $4.49 as well. I totally agree. They have got to figure out this content release schedule. There is no doubt. It's been a problem. The fact that they went basically all of 2022 without major exclusives is a big problem. What I will say is that they're already off to a very good start. I mean, just the fact that they came out, where is it? Metacritic. That's what I was going to look up. HiFi Rush. Like, it's at a 90. Yes, it's only 14 critic reviews. But everybody I've talked to loves this game. I love it. And I'm not even like a rhythm guy. But it's goofy, it's silly, and it's actually pretty damn fun. And even more impressive, it's freaking surprising. I forgot how fun it is to just be surprised by a game. To just try something. And be like, oh, well, there you go. Because like as a kid, you didn't know what this game was going to hold. You probably saw like a trailer or your friends told you about it. But then you try it and then you're like, oh, shoot, this thing's awesome. And get really, really into it, right? For this, like, I finally felt like that again. It made me feel like a kid again. It was great. What's freaking up, Luke? Not much. Hi, good to see you, Trey. Jay the Professor, thank you for becoming a member as well. Thank you. Appreciate you. I think it would have been fun with the DualSense controller. Better haptics. I mean, I will not defend the boringness of the Xbox Series controller. This thing's boring as hell, especially compared to the DualSense controllers, like an adaptive triggers, everything. This thing's boring as hell. So I will always agree with that. My only problem is with the DualSense Edge. I find it to be like really stupid, but that's just me. Feel free to disagree. Wet Donkey, another 999. Thank you. I got a feeling Starfield will be really disappointing. It's tough because like I had that conversation with Mr. Matty Plays, and I agree with him. There is a PlayStation, or not a PlayStation, a Bethesda stink. One might even say a stank with a capital A, maybe even two capital A's, surrounding that game. There's just something weird It just doesn't sit right with me. And I'm trying to figure out why. Like, it might be that, like, the gunplay doesn't look great. It could be that maybe the graphics look a little outdated. It could be that it's running at 30 frames. I don't know. I've tried to put my finger on it, but there's just something about it that's not coming together. Like, even Fallout 4, the vision was there of what this game was supposed to be. But for Starfield, I don't know what the clear vision is. I don't know. We'll see. It's the same question people had with everything from No Man's Sky to Star Citizen to everything else. Like, okay, there's this huge universe, tons of planets to explore. Okay, but what do? You build bases. Okay. So it's like a base builder? Well, no, it's like an open galaxy, open universe RPG. Okay. Okay, that's more interesting. But what sets it apart from, like, every other open world or open, RPG? I don't know. There's just something, it's not clicking together super well for me. But hopefully they're able to show off something that just makes it pop off. I'm going to think, I get it now. Inject it. Let's go. Wet Donkey, thank you again for the $9.99. Very generous of you. Thank you. Some stank is fine. You know what? A little bit of stank, it adds flavor. You know. Sorry, that was nasty. That was vile. I'm so sorry. No, it does. It adds personality to it, you know? It adds personality. Funny concerning a lack of gameplay footage compared to Hogwarts Legacy, for example. I don't know if that's, like, I'm trying to be level-headed with it. I don't know if that's a diss on Starfield or just a point of praise for Hogwarts Legacy, because they've been very transparent. And I think it's because they saw these protestations from jerks like me coming, and they knew that people were going to say, hey, like, the last game you made was Cars 3 Driven to Win. Like, can you give us a little something? Like a little something? And so I think they were trying to get ahead of it, which I can appreciate. But they've been very transparent. I will say I'm concerned that allegedly Starfield comes out before, like, June 31st or June 30th, whatever. Basically the first half of this year, and we still have not seen, like, unedited gameplay. That's a little concerning to me, for sure. Arthur, thank you for becoming a member as well. And Trouble, thank you for the $179. How long till Sony first party is day one PC? I don't know. I think what they've realized, I don't think they'll ever do it, actually, now that I think about it. And the reason is because a lot of the people who are fans of PlayStation games, and specifically PlayStation first-party games, they already have a PS5 as well. And let's be real, if you're like a hardcore PC gamer, you probably have invested a good amount of money, into your PCs, right? Or PC, sorry. And that's expensive. So you probably already have a PlayStation 5 to buy the game day one. And PC gamers and fans like to play games at the highest fidelity, so they'll probably buy it a second time at full price when it comes out on PC. And I think that's what they've realized, is that they can just charge you twice for it. Why charge somebody $70 for it to just buy it on PC once, skip the PS5, when you could charge them $140 to sell it on both platforms a year apart? Why not? You know? It only makes sense. It only makes sense. Wet Donkey, you're popping off today. My goodness. Thank you, my friend. With another $9.99. Hogwarts can have a lot of stank and I'd still be happy. It's, yeah, I mentioned it before, but I was reading the Reddit, the subreddit for Hogwarts Legacy. And it was because my video I made on the skeptical look at Hogwarts Legacy kind of popped off. And all of those subreddits and everybody was debating whether or not the game was overhyped and whether or not people should be kind of chill about it. And one of the comments I saw that stuck with me was a guy saying, even if the game sucks, I will be happy because the journey to the game has been so fun and exciting, being excited for something with all of you guys here. And I was like, that's so wholesome. And I think maybe that is how some of these people view it. It really is about the journey, not the destination. Some of the people that are hyped over these games are just as hyped, if not more hyped for the hype, if that makes sense. Like the period of excitement is in and of itself part of the experience in a weird way. Sounds like podcast now. Dude, he had some fans that got triggered on my like response to him. It's really funny. If you ever want a good laugh, go read through that comment section. It was funny. Because like I said, I would have him on the stream. Like if he wanted to call me on Discord right now, we could chat about it. I don't know if I would assume he has a job and works. But I don't know if he's available, but I would happily like chat with him. I have no problem with that. My point was just his video was just one like 30-minute breakdown of how he didn't understand what the word skepticism meant. Because like the giveaway, and people like were joking. They're like, oh, Luke, you got to stop explaining what the word skepticism means in all of these videos. Like the reason I have to do it is because no matter what, people are going to misunderstand and misconstrue it, because skepticism has a lot of baggage as a word, because it's also used by like, you think of somebody who's highly skeptical, like a proud skeptic. You think of like Christopher Hitchens, or you think of Dawkins or somebody like that. You think of usually people who are very outspoken, very critical. A lot of the time they tend to be like atheistic, so they tend to really like piss off religious people. So it carries a lot of baggage as a term. And as a result, I think a lot of people then carry that baggage into something as stupid as a video game conversation. And so like in the giveaway for Podcast Now was that he said, I could be, quote, very skeptical and just say that everything sucks. And I was like, hold, that's not skepticism. That's cynicism. That's very different. Skepticism is just not believing the thing until there's evidence to believe that thing. That's all it is. I'm not going to be hyped for the game until I see adequate reasons to be excited for that thing. It's like I showed... do I need to pull it up again? Do I need to pull up MS Paint again? Look at me rocking Windows 11. I wouldn't if I could manage. Oh, this was Podcast Now. Somebody said it sounds like Podcast Now, so I'm going off on that. But this is something I showed in the last video. Where is it? On Suicide Squad. There's my mouse. Okay. So like if this is our graph of hype and excitement for a game, this is the midpoint. And then let's say that this point here, also real quick, I should do this before I miss them. Mauret, thank you for the 30 shekels. Just to give you some perspective on the Harry Potter fandom, I remember back in 2018 when the leaked video surfaced, the Reddit for it started hyping it up and searching for info. I did it too. Oh yeah, there was a ton of hype for it from day one, for sure. And also Thomas Mullins, thank you for the $5. I'm having major connection issues today. So here's $5. I'm going to have to bounce. Hope you and your fam are having a good day, Luke. Oh, we are. And thank you so much for the $5. You don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon. Talk to you soon. Back to the paint. Yes, back to the paint. Apparently, isn't that a term? I watched like oh crap, what's his name? Thoreau. What's his first name? Something Thoreau. Oh, that's gonna drive me crazy. Somebody Thoreau, I can't remember. Anyway, he's a documentary filmmaker. He's the guy that did the Louis Thoreau. Yeah, he's the documentary guy that went viral on TikTok because they remixed that soundbite. I like the way you wiggle, wiggle, for sure. I want to see you dribble, dribble. You know, that whole thing, that's his voice. That's him. But he did a like documentary on going to like a very high intensity prison that I watched. And apparently like in the paint is a term for like fighting in prison. This is my like very sheltered white boy from middle America perspective on that. But like when I say back to the paint, that's what it made me think of. You're like, okay, back to the paint. I'm like, yeah, back to the paint. We're gonna fight. That's what, I don't know. Anyway, it's total diatribe. Anyway, so as I said, like as I mentioned, these areas are the extreme areas. So most people, like if this is totally unsure but very unbiased, I don't know, I'll consider the reviews and that'll push me. What is happening is you're going to end up going left or right on this scale based on the evidence presented for a given game, right? If it's in here, let's go like light If it's in here, you're going to likely buy the game, but not absolutely, but likely. The further right you go, the more likely you are to buy it. Once you're past this point, you are definitely buying it. You're pre-ordering the collector's editions. You're a sycophantic, crazy person. Everything is great about this game, and they can do no wrong. This is like the crazy Hideo Kojima fanboys. This is where they sit, okay? Over here, these are like, this is the concerning area. You're less likely to buy it. Over here, you're really iffy on it. You're probably not buying it. And then over here, you're just a hater. Like, they can do no right. This is where a lot of people sit for like Ubisoft games. The game just sucks. It's all horrible. Fanboy, where do they fall? The Luke Stevens fanboys? They're up here in heaven. Luke. I need to get an actual tablet. Writing with a mouse is horrible. Luke fanboy. Why is the font getting bigger? And girls. There you go. Wow, I have great penmanship. Anyway, so this is basically how I evaluate whether or not a game is worth buying, okay? This is how I evaluate and review games, and like in my personal life, if I'm going to buy a game, this is what goes on in my head. This is basically where we're at. Now, I'm also going to do like a little bit of like clouds, because you guys are in heaven, because you're wonderful. So where we are with Hogwarts Legacy, we always start here, but Hogwarts Legacy, we consider like how the studio doesn't have a track record of doing games like this. Okay, that makes us that's concerning. That brings us back here. We look at the fact it's published by Warner Brothers, who's very greedy. Their last game was Gotham Knights, which was horrible. Okay, that brings us down a little further down to the left. But then we start to evaluate the good stuff. And when we evaluate the good stuff, it's like they've been really transparent. That probably carries us all the way over here. It's in a franchise that I really personally enjoy and that I'm very excited to delve into more. Okay, that brings us over here. We could say that the early previews, people who have actually played the game, are very, very positive, and then we're brought even further over here. So you might land here on launch day where, unless the reviews are so bad that it pulls you all the way back over here like a Cyberpunk situation, you're probably going to buy it, right? So this is kind of how I evaluate games and things. I always start in the middle. My biases or preferences can lean one way or the other. Like if it's maybe a game like a roguelite. Like I just don't personally, I find them very difficult. I suck at them. So I don't tend to give a lot of bonus points for it being a roguelite, where I do know that a lot of people, they would add bonus points, but for me, it's actually detraction. For me, it makes me less likely to buy it because I just don't tend to like those kinds of games, right? So it's all personal, but this is kind of how you should be thinking about your purchases and any type of thing, where you start undecided and then you evaluate the pieces of evidence in favor or against it as you go. The only time this doesn't work is when things start to, like either when they lie to you, like Cyberpunk, early previews were really good and people said great things about it. And so a lot of people were like over here for Cyberpunk. And it turned out that that was all based on lies, basically. And so when reviews dropped, we all fell all the way back over here, which is why this distance, this fall from grace was so shocking, because the higher you are, the harder you fall, or whatever. I don't know if that even makes sense. The other way that Game Pass changes this, that's a good point to bring up. Also, everybody like the stream. We got 750 plus people in here. Like the stream now, or I'll move to Twitch and do hot tub streams. Unless you want that, in which case also like the stream. Anyway, so the way Game Pass would change this would be that this bar for definitely not buying and definitely buying it. Basically this bar, like this is no longer about buying, this is about downloading, like assuming you already have Game Pass. So for this, I think this bar for definitely buying it probably moves like all the way over here. Like unless the game reviews horribly, you can just download it and try it. You know, it's really not that big of a deal. It greatly decreases the barrier to entry because there's no added expense to it. And so Game Pass fundamentally changes how this type of thing works. Like when they announced the HiFi Rush stuff, I probably would not have tried HiFi Rush, just being honest, if I had to pay like 20, 30, 40 bucks for it up front. However, because it was just a download, I tried it and I ended up really liking it. And that's a game I probably wouldn't have tried if I didn't have Game Pass and if it wasn't through Game Pass. So it's interesting. Anyway, hot tub stream with Titanic. Can you imagine? That would actually be pretty funny. I don't know why the chat all of a sudden isn't working. So they still have not fixed that. YouTube's got to fix that. There we go. Okay. Luke, your Ravenclawness is showing. Yeah. Well, I just took the test again and it came off as like very, very much Ravenclaw. So it is what it is, tubes. Okay, let's watch the trailer. I have not seen this. I purposely did not watch it before the stream. Okay? This is the Hogwarts Legacy official launch trailer. I've not seen any of this. I don't even know. Can I link the test? If you just look up what did they call it? It's is it wizardingworld.com? Wizardingworld.com. Yeah, wizardingworld.com. That's it. It's super cool. Super cool. Okay, let's do this. Are you guys ready? You're ready? Buckle up. Buckle up, buckaroo. Hopefully audio works. Oh.
We leave our legacy in your hands.
It looks pretty good. I'm gonna poop. It looks awesome. Yeah, no, that does look very good. Yeah, no, definitely does. Subbed just to cast my vote for the hot tub stream. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, that's a well done trailer. Dear God, we've seen some good trailers. We've seen some really bad trailers before, and that's actually pretty impressive. In terms of like key takeaways, I mean, for one, the music is still amazing. Like, I'm thinking that just the music alone and the sound design is going to be freaking amazing. It's going to be great. All these cinematics also look really, really good. Like really, really good. It's very impressive. So I'm interested to see if these actually continue to look that way when the game launches. But the cutscenes look good. The animation quality is really, really high. It's very cinematic. In terms of like the story stuff that they set up, you know, they can sense whispers of ancient magic. Okay, so you probably will be extra powerful. I'm really interested to see how they tie things into the later stories, specifically around Harry Potter. I'm going to be interested to see how they do that. And I mean, these like mini boss fights I could see being interesting, but yeah, man, it looks really good. Hopefully it lives up to it, because man, expectations are high. I assume it'll be more successful than Voldemort. What if that's the plot twist? The real Voldemort was us the whole time. Oh man. Good luck, Riley. Good luck. I know that can be tough. Oh. Where are you on the graph now? I mean, on the graph, Is that going to be like a term now? Oh, I closed it. For me, like on the graph, I'm very positive. Like if I were not a YouTuber, I'd be very excited even still. Let me just be very, very clear. So I'm very intrigued. My Ves Callahan, he's 1, 2. Is that what it's saying? It's kind of glitching out for me. Oh, that's cool. Or is it one low loot? I don't know. It's glitching out for me. Thank you for the $4.99. There's your cock magic game. Yeah, no, that dragon fight looks cool. I'm pretty pumped though. I'm pretty pumped. Oh man, oh baby, oh baby, oh goodness. I am legitimately worried about doing any sort of videos on this though, because I'm guessing anything with remnants of the music is going to get everything like hardcore copyright struck, but that's just part of the deal. We've looked at the early access gameplay as well that some people have gotten to experience running around. We've noticed some problems with what they've shown here, but I do want to offer some, I guess, words of comfort maybe, which is I've attended these types of events. I've tried early access games, like, you know, even 6 months before. And in my experience, usually the builds that are in question are like 6 to 9 months old. By the time somebody's allowed to play it for a press event, usually we're talking about something that was put together 6 months ago, was tested time and again, and you know, it's just now getting seen. So when we look at some issues like, by the way, this is from Retro Raconteur's channel. You should go give him a sub. We did a collab. He's a really good guy. Trying to find a tidbit. I think it was up at the top of these stairs, maybe. When he goes out these doors. No, he's running back down. No, out the doors. Yeah, so like right here, for example. You might not notice it. You might not even care. There's no right or wrong answer to it. But like he opens the door here, and you'll notice there's a flash of white. What that flash of white is it's a culling issue where everything behind this door until this frame, all of that is culled out and is not being rendered. You open the door, you start to see it, they start to render those items. But this portion up here is still being culled, so you're seeing the skybox through that. This is like the world skybox that's all around. And then a frame or two later, you see it starts to load back in, and then there it's loaded in. So you'll start to notice, I mean, you notice it's very, very quick when he opens the door. It's just a quick flash of white. You might not notice that. And no, it's not the glass. I already checked. It's coming from the fountain. So it just wasn't loaded in. So you might not notice, but that is something we've seen with kind of buggy and unpolished Unreal Engine games. It happens a lot. Open world Unreal Engine games specifically. So that would make sense with this being a 6 to 9 month old build. My hope is they can polish that type of thing out by the end of the, or by the time the game comes out. There was also another issue. The probably worst offender that we saw was out on this bridge. Let's see. Maybe that's not it. Where, oh, where? No, I think it's earlier. Specifically, you go outside. You can't enter while mounted. I've been told that before. Ugh. Rules, rules, rules. Rules are meant to be broken, Harry. The flying. Yeah, there's some pop-in with the characters around. I don't know where that bridge segment is. I don't even know if that was Retro's gameplay. It might have been somebody else's. But pop-in seems to be the major concern right now. This is running on the PlayStation 5, so on PC it might not be an issue at all. On PC it may be even worse, who knows. But the good thing is that this is the kind of thing that can be polished out, and it's also the kind of thing that some people just don't even notice. Yeah, so like look at those windows right up there. Again, you might not notice it, you might not give a crap. But you see those windows? Those are just like blank boxes right now. We go forward a few frames, and then those windows pop in. But when you're playing the game, your eyes are centered on the center of the screen, so you're probably not even going to notice that most of the time. See, it just popped in, but I was looking at him, and I barely noticed it. So a lot of people just won't care, and that's great. Like, I'm not saying that's bad. That's great. If you don't notice that stuff, you're going to have a hell of a lot more fun playing games. For real. Like, when you start to notice this stuff, it'll drive you insane. It'll drive you crazy. Because you're just going to be like constantly the cynical prick that can't be happy with anything. And then you can start a YouTube channel. We're an unhappy bunch. Literally every open world has pop-in, man. Well, yeah, every open world does have pop-in. The art of open world design is how you cover up the pop-in and how you make it discreet, because it's always going to happen. Usually what some big studios will do is they'll do like minor fade in, and they will focus where the player's eyes are going to be and then pop things in and load them in outside of there. Like, you know what we can do? We can do this. We can put my new 4090 to the test, and I will show you an example of a game that does a really good job of managing pop-in and open world design, even though it's about 5 years old. I just gave away what it is. Water reflections are pretty bad. The thing to remember is this is performance mode. The performance mode versus quality mode in Hogwarts Legacy already is pretty drastic. If you care about fidelity, I hate to say it, you might have to sacrifice those 60 frames. You might have to go to 30, because it's a major factor. I've seen the side-by-side screenshots, and it's noticeable. Chapter 8, thank you for the $5. I didn't notice it till people pointed out. I'm probably going to spend the first hour going between fidelity and performance modes to chew on. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the $5, by the way. And I agree. It's going to be kind of a tug of war. Like, you're going to be going back and forth, try it, see what sticks. Honestly, if you can stand the lower frame rate, which for a game like this, I don't think is that big of a deal. Maybe that's controversial. Nowadays it seems like if you're a gamer and you're like, I'm okay with 30 frames, people want to string you up. But I really don't think it's a big deal. Red Dead 2 launched at 30 frames on consoles and is still one of the best games ever made. And it was a 30 frame game. It's not a big deal to run at 30, especially and specifically on consoles, if it ends up looking better. We've just gotten spoiled with the 60 frames. And I'm telling this as a frame snob. I love higher frame rates. So I'm just being real. Keeping it 100. 30 FPS is unplayable. Did you guys just like not play Red Dead when it launched? Was that what it was? There we go. I played No Man's Sky at 10 FPS. Oh, there you go. So, let's see. Oh crap, I don't have audio. Hold on. Remember when I said we'd probably have random technical issues with like audio just not working? Audio. I will say Windows 11's audio swapper thing is just terrible. Output device, gaming PC out. There we go. Boom. Okay. Can we... So this right here is running at 4K natively. We're not running DLSS or anything. And I'm going to try to get it to daytime so we have a little bit more light. Oh. That was rough. Let's get up here where we actually have some light and we can take a peek-see. So Red Dead has pop-in, but Red Dead is amazingly good at covering up that pop-in, so you don't notice it. If we stand here, oh, there was some. But if we stand here,
There we go.
we look off in the distance and we can see that not everything is loaded in. Like there's going to be trees, there's going to be shrubbery, there's going to be wagons, there's going to be small buildings and stuff. But one of the things that Rockstar is really, really good at is juggling when things pop in and how they do it. So even if we're trying to watch, like right above Arthur's head, I'm going to ride down that way. And you're going to notice as I ride down that way, you're not really able to see when the grass loads in. Because they're going to do it in sort of a cone-like way, where as it spans out from you, it loads in, higher density in front of you, lower density out in front of you farther. And then they increase it dynamically as you ride forward so that it just seems like it's coming into view, basically.
Yep.
And bear in mind, like, we are trying to see the pop-in. And you still can't. Oh no, did the power just go out? Are we still live? Do you guys hear the beep?
Slow up now.
I think my power just went out. Cause now yeah, now my power backup is on. Ha! Okay, I'm glad I have it running on a battery backup. Here, I'll go on a BRB. I'm gonna go flip the breaker and be back. Okay, give me a second. At least we know it works, right? Okay, okay. I think we're good. I mean, at least we know the battery backup works. That's kind of cool. But like my poor battery backup, I checked it and it's like, yeah, the load capacity is at like 110% because like there's 2 PCs hooked into it. So it's like, oh my God, this is too much. Holy crap. The 4090 needs its own backup. Yeah, that's probably what did it, honestly. I think that's what it is. My computer's not used to running with a freaking supercomputer. But okay, now it's daytime, so this might even work better. I did increase the bit rate, so hopefully this helps a little bit. But yeah, I mean, hopefully you can at least see some stuff if you increase the quality. But you notice the things that they have loaded in to begin with, they have the big bushes that are popped in. They have a low poly model of grass loaded in right above my hat that I can see at least. And that's not realistic. It won't look like that when I get close to it because they'll load in the higher res version of the grass. But off in the distance, it tricks my eyes into thinking that that's actually grass. Same with the trees above Arthur's head right now. Those are super low poly versions, but as I ride closer to, let's say, the tree right above Arthur's head here, that's going to swap from a low poly model to a high poly model, but it's going to do it in such a subtle way right there. It's going off again. I think it's because the load's too much. We'll finish this and then I'll swap it off. And you don't even notice. You don't even notice. How crazy is that? I think, dudes, actually what I think it is, it's that the 4090 pulls so much freaking power that whenever I go and start really graphically demanding it in this game, it starts pulling so much power that it reaches the capacity of the battery backup. So it starts freaking out and it's like, this is too much. I think that's what it is. I think we actually do need a separate battery backup for the graphics card. Just for this PC. That's freaking funny. That's, you know what? Not something I expected, but you know what? It's about time. Anyway, yeah, I mean, everybody said this thing's basically a space heater. I mean, like, look how big that thing is. It's huge. They couldn't mount it like a normal graphics card. The reason this thing took so long to come is because they had to specially vertically mount it in this case with like special risers and stuff. It's just hilarious. Like, it's a freaking ridiculous computer. Anyway, but the point with all of this is that that's an example of a game that does the slow pop in and fade in really, really freaking well. And not every game, of course, can be Red Dead freaking Redemption 2, but that's the standard people expect. And also, I hate to be that guy, Red Dead 2, it's 4 going to 5 years old. Like, at some point, that has to be a standard. It just has to be a standard at some point. Because, like, I get it. It's not every company can do that, but still. Who did I use to build my PC? I partnered with Apex Gaming PCs. And here, I'll toss their link in chat. We haven't officially launched the collab yet because I just got this in yesterday. There we go. So go check that out if you're interested. I posted the link twice accidentally. But go check them out if you are interested. They do very good work. Very, very good work. And if you do and you get a PC through them, it also supports this channel. So it's good stuff. It's a really good group of guys, too. I mean, they could have just tossed something together kind of haphazardly and not cared about it, but we've been working very closely on it, and they've been on top of it. So they do really, really good stuff. Anyway, so with this going back, where's the link here? So with all that said, I see the pop in, I see stuff like that. Like, it's not going to spoil the game. You know, is this going to be like the next Red Dead? No, but nobody's saying it's going to be. All they really need to do is provide a world that offers the recreation of Hogwarts in a realistic and believable way, and people will pretty much be happy. If you go to the subreddit, overwhelmingly, people say all they really want out of this game is to be able to explore Hogwarts. They're like, even if there was no story, I'd still be happy because I could just explore Hogwarts and the grounds around it. That, for a lot of people, that's worth $70. People go on entire multi-$1,000 vacations just to go to the Wizarding World at Universal Studios. I know, because my siblings want to do that very thing. Like, they are willing to spend thousands to walk around a real-life mini version of this stuff. So $70 for a video game version that they can spend like 100 to 200 hours exploring. Okay, maybe not 100 to 2 hours, but like, you know, that they could spend 50 to 100 hours exploring. That, for a lot of people, is well worth it. So it's just, you know, it sounds crazy to people who are not in that group, but if you are in that group, I mean, it's not crazy at all. One thing I will notice also is that the robe doesn't seem to get wet as you run through the water. That, I think, is more just a performance limitation. I don't know if it does it in quality mode. This is performance mode, but the robe doesn't get wet or anything. And GTA 5 had that in 2013. But again, it's Rockstar, so not every game can do that. And again, not many people are going to care. So no wet physics, 0 out of 10. Not enough water. Not enough water. Leech juice. Yummy. Isn't that just blood? Wouldn't that just be blood? Maybe not. I hear Lockie. Lockie's running around upstairs. I can always tell because it's because he runs like a little gorilla. Like his little feet slap the ground. He's adorable. Luke, I was wondering, do you think the games industry will need, or still needs, Ubisoft, or do you think it should go and give space to other new companies who have showed promising work in the last few years? I guess I'm not sure what the question. Like, are you asking? Should Ubisoft just close their doors and hand off their IP, or should like Ubisoft shift to being a games publisher only? If that's the case, like, there is some culling right there. I mean, I'm very, very frustrated with Ubisoft. Ubisoft has some amazing developers, though, and the problem with Ubisoft has only been management. They have the talent to make these games really, really good. They just don't have the management to empower them. So if they can just figure that out, yeah, right there. See that culling in the top left corner? Super simple. That's it. Is there somebody at my door? Knock, knock. Disco Cobra, thank you. Hey, Luke, curious about your new setup. What are the specs of your new PC? Also wanted to know how you have a battery backup setup, because I might want to do something similar like what you're using for the power. It's called a UPS. Thank you for the $20, by the way. It's called a UPS. You can get them at like Best Buy and stuff. Hello?
I just put a little coffee on the floor and then he stepped in it and slipped.
Oh no. Hello? Can you say hi?
Hi.
Hi. What's your shirt say? Snow happy. Do you see that in that monster?
It's a computer.
She knows what triggers me. She knows. Oh, can you say hi?
Hi.
Hi. But yeah, I would get a UPS battery backup thing. They're not crazy expensive, and they also like can filter the power if you live in a place with dirty power. It's really useful. Colorado is super dirty power.
Super dirty.
Yeah, it'll like break your electronics. They'll just die.
It's very sexual.
Yeah. Hi. Can you go open, shut them, open, shut them. Give your hands a clap, clap, clap. Good job.
Daddy sang the wrong part, and so he got confused.
You got really confused.
He
Daddy
likes
did
to
it
jump
wrong.
the gun. He's like, oh no, I got this part before you say it.
Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, you want to just type? You want to type some stuff? Nikki, did the paint arrive? How's the color? Asks Nell.
The paint is beautiful. It is beautiful.
Oh, are you
I'm-
painting it now?
No.
Oh.
No, I have to wait till he's down or distracted. But I'm waiting for some shelves and some new fixtures because I gotta patch holes in our current cabinets and then drill new holes, and I don't want to do that while painting because that sounds horrible and like I'm gonna make a big mistake.
Yeah.
So, that's my life.
Oh, wow. Quack.
I did order it this morning though.
Oh, he's going for the castle.
Yeah.
Hi. Lachlan? Hi.
He likes the boats.
He likes the little boats, and he likes the big boats as well. Titanic's about to sink. Careful. Can we get Lachlan to do some MS Paint? I have an iPad with the pencil, and I have Lockie draw on it, and I've been printing out the drawings he makes because I want to frame them. And we even were saying like we should have him do a big one on a big canvas for the on the iPad, and then have it printed out on a huge canvas that's like 4 feet by 3 feet, and then hang it in like the hallway. And people are like, wow, that's really modern. Who's the artist?
The baby.
The baby. The baby drew it.
The baby is our artist.
Yeah. Hi. Hi. Lachlan? Yeah? You having a good day? Whoa. No good day.
He literally looked me in the eyes and then just screamed out of anger.
Oh.
It was like I was looking at you,
Madam.
and I had told you I didn't understand something.
That's some Gen Z parent shit right there. Yeah. Hey, it's funny. If you can't use your kids to troll people, what else are you supposed to use them for?
If it was Gen Z, we'd be selling it too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we would be making a YouTube channel. Yeah. Yeah, you like Nikki's shirt? It is very thematically appropriate. Expectant Patronum. It's true. Got her that for Christmas.
He got me a whole bunch of large shirts, and it just so happens none of my other clothes fit right now. So,
I thought ahead.
yeah.
I understood the assignment. You're not eating Legos, are you? No. He's doing good. He's just admiring them. Oh, yeah. Oh, Sean, off to work, mate. Enjoy. Hi, Nikki. Glad you got the pillowcases and the decorative pillows. Yeah. Hi, little dude. Sean says hi. He got his Duplos, Sean. Sean donated some money for Lockie to get some Duplos, and Lockie got the Duplos, and he's having fun. He mainly has fun after we help him build something, and then he gets to knock it over and break it apart. That's the really fun part, yeah. And thank you for the 50. That's very, very generous. Also, Disco Cobra, I didn't finish answering that, but the new PC is a 4090, I have it
Got
written
the
down.
drive of 8 chinchillas. We trapped 2 unicorn souls into it.
Mhm.
And
A
it
phoenix
is
feather. Yeah.
powered not by coffee, but by the relentless poops of somebody who's only drank coffee
Yeah.
and beans.
Ferocious. Oh, what did you
For
take
7
off?
days. I got it.
I heard a little piece. Is it a tree?
No.
Oh, no, it's
a torch.
It's one of the torches.
Where did you take
Yeah, it's, I believe, a 13900K Zotac 4090. It has like 64 gigs of whatever the fastest RAM they had. Oh. With room to upgrade if I need to. Water cooled with the little like LED display water cooler thing. Oh.
And he couldn't get it to work until midnight last night.
Yeah.
And kept coming upstairs.
Well, no,
and going,
to be
I'm
clear.
in trouble.
To be clear, this thing worked. This thing worked right out of the box. The new PC. The one that was giving me trouble was getting the stream PC back up, because when I moved it, basically I moved it. Thank you, Luke. I moved it from the old case into the new case because I needed to be able to fit the capture cards and stuff into it. And when I did that, for some reason Windows just wouldn't boot, so I had to manually reinstall Windows, reset up everything. It's a lot. Why are you giving yourself the stink eye?
Because it looks so good when
It's
he
like,
does it. He's
who
like,
is
it's my
that guy?
smolder. I brought you Kona coffee
Thank
from
you.
Hawaii.
Oh, thank you. It is good.
Good. It's black because you always give me crap for putting sugar-free
Yeah.
caramel syrup in your drinks.
I like the black coffee. It's good. You can actually taste the coffee.
Don't understand.
Ooh.
Mama wanted to go to Hobby Lobby today, but the last 2 days, Lachlan has not taken a nap. So
I can tell he's a little ball of fury.
he's anger incarnate.
He's a tornado of wiggles. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. 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 Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Yeah. Oh, you're so wiggly. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh. Yeah.
He was so sensitive to anything this morning that I was changing him, and Sesame Street, the video timed out on YouTube, and so it moved to a Miss Rachel video where she was singing like a sleepy song, and he just goes, ah!
Yeah. He's like, this is not what I wanted.
I'm like, you want to watch a different one? He goes, Elmo! Did you say Elmo? No? You just want to show everybody your booty? Tiku, 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 tiku,
Well, you gotta be
tiku,
nice to
tiku, tiku.
mama.
Yes, I don't believe in that.
You gotta be nice to mama. Uh-oh. Yeah.
Hey. You go upstairs?
He's this big now. Yeah, he's a big dude. You wanna go up?
You go upstairs?
Bye. Bye-bye, Lachlan.
Blows my mind is where this baby's at. If they were to be scarily born early, like right now, they actually have the potential to be viable.
Yeah.
And that's
Modern medicine's crazy.
little potato,
Little potato.
little Sasquatch.
Potato. Bye. Bye-bye.
I'm just in the middle. Okay.
Have fun. Be nice to your mother.
Alright, right, I'm gonna hang out with Dad for a little bit. Are you good? Okay.
Okay. Bye. Bye. What a cute little dude. PSA: do not go to the Let's Talk Games channel in Discord right now. Are there like leaks or something in there? Huh. Was born 4 months too early myself. Was like 90% chance of dying. I was lucky. Oh, that's crazy, Eric. I had RSV as a baby, like bad. So I was in the hospital like multiple times a week for the first 6 months of my life. Apparently, it was like a whole thing. Yeah, luckily, Lucky did get really sick in September. I don't know if it was COVID or what, but he started hacking, and he would cough so much that like he would start to like really hyperventilate and turn blue, and it was pretty tough. Like at one point, had to turn on the cold shower and hop in the cold shower with him at like 3:30 a.m. in the morning, just so he would start regulating his breathing and start to control it. It's like a whole thing. But yeah, he's fine now. He's good. It was just one really bad sickness out of nowhere. Actually, during a wedding for Nikki's sister, during Nikki's sister's wedding, he was super sick. But was Luke's kid born preterm? No, he came exactly on his due date. On the day. That's hard on kids, on the parents. Yeah, well, and it's kind of horrifying because you just, like, there's this little creature you just want to love and protect and make sure is always okay. And then they're really sick and can't, like, breathe because they're hacking so bad. And there's just nothing you can do. Like, you can try to, hop in a freezing cold shower with them to slow down their breathing and kind of shock them a little bit. Which can help, but like in moments like that, there's just not a whole lot you can do. My little brother Eli, when he was born, he would cry just like a baby does, but when he cried, he would cry and scream so hard that he would pass out. Like he'd do that. It was like freaky, but he would regularly cry and then just drop out. Like you just basically stop breathing, and then his little baby brain was like, okay, turn it off, flip the switch, and so he'd be crying, and then he'd come back to it and he was fine. But it was like, we talked to the doctor. I remember my parents took him to the doctor and they were like, yeah, no, some babies do this. They just cry and there's something in their brain that doesn't allow them to like control their crying, so it just gets worse and worse until they can't breathe and they pass out. Their brain flips the switch for them as a safety mechanism, and then they just pass out. I was like, oh, well, there you go. Luke and Eli. Yeah, all of my siblings, all of them have Christian names. Yeah. Do you have a dog or a cat? We have 2 cats, Finley and Hermione. Little Hermione. Hello from Central Texas. Hoping we keep power here. 30% of Austin is without power right now. What? How? Is it the cold front? That's crazy. That's wild. 30% without power. That's wild. Ice storm? Yeah, well, there you go. Jeez. Yeah, stay safe. My goodness. My goodness. Here, luckily, we don't have a lot of issues with power. We have had I have some friends that live up north in one of the newer neighborhoods in northern Colorado, just to the north of Fort Collins. And he was telling me, he's trying to get me to like move there, but he was telling me that they regularly have blackouts. He's like, yeah, we'll just like every once in a while, there's like 2-3 hours where there's no power to the neighborhood. I was like, yeah, for me, I don't love that. I don't love that. Let's see. Sam, do you have a link to that video by Joe Raptor? I tried pulling it up and it just looked like a bunch of random videos. I don't know if it's within another video. But do you have a link to the video where he talked about it? If you do, pop it in chat and we'll take a look at it. Less than like 3% of babies are born on the due date. Oldest was born on his due date too. Oh, that's awesome. Will you be getting Hogwarts Legacy early with a pre-order? My hope is that we get a review code. I don't know when review codes go out. We're getting down to the wire. Because I would assume reviews have to go up on the 6th or 7th. So review codes probably only go up in the next, or review codes probably go out in the next day or two, like 24 to 48 hours. And we'll see what happens then. But as of right now, I don't have confirmation of it, which is worrisome. I've gotten confirmation for other games, but like, let me check it right now. Yeah, I don't see anything. I did get reached out to for the Sons of the Forest. So we did get reached out for that, but nothing on Hogwarts Legacy. Is it true Hogwarts Legacy reviews are coming out on the 6th? Thought that was odd. People quoting it a lot. I've not gotten any confirmation of that, no. But that would make sense because I would assume that the reviews would go up before early access begins. It doesn't make a lot of sense to allow reviews or have reviews go up on launch day or the day before launch day. So I would assume, and especially with how transparent they've been, I would assume that they probably put it out right around the 6th, I would assume. But I've not gotten a code as of now. And if we don't get a code, then it's going to be one of those things where I'll probably have to do the pre-order for early access and just do that. Because this is a game a lot of people want covered, and so we're going to do it. Spam? Yeah, Nitro, I'll check the spam. I'll do it right now, okay? Can you imagine? That would be the moment of the century if I check the spam folder right now and it's just sitting there. Spam. Nope. Let's see. YouTube sent me an email. How we're going to improve memberships. Grow your membership base with gifting. Give non-members a chance to try out membership perks free of charge. Members can now can buy gift memberships on live streams or premieres. I thought that was already a thing, but okay. Increased visibility of members only content. Okay. I think that's all normal stuff. I don't think any of that's new. Other stuff. Yeah, I don't see anything. So still nothing. Still nothing. Steam will always show the main public release date at Parstorm. Okay. I need to hear your opinions on this game. So, like, all told, if I had to wrap all of this up in a nice, neat little bow, I would say that this probably is going to be, in terms of critical reception as a raw game, it's probably like a 75 to 80 out of 100. Like, I think it'll be good, not great. It's probably going to be pretty repetitive. It's probably going to have a lot of, bloated content. I would expect that. Just because, that's pretty standard. But I think with a lot of this stuff, there are bonus points, basically, that get tacked on for extra credit, kind of. Where, for me, like, Assassin's Creed Origins, I think is a good game. Not great, but good. But the fact it's set in ancient Egypt, for me, adds like 10 points. For me, that's like a huge bonus. Because I love ancient Egypt as a setting. And I know somebody was like, Luke, it's not ancient Egypt. It's only 2,000 years ago. I was like, 2,000 years is ancient. I get it's not the most ancient version of Egypt, but it's still ancient Egypt. Lay off me, But I still love that setting. So for me, it gives it bonus points. I think that probably for Hogwarts Legacy, it's going to get, it's probably another 10 bonus points for fans of Harry Potter. I would be very skeptical, though, of some of the reviews that come out, because I think some of the big guys like IGN are probably going to toe the line because they don't want to be accused of, like, feeding into J.K. Rowling, whatever. And so they probably are going to settle more on good, not great. I don't think IGN or anybody like that is going to give it higher than probably like an 85. Just because they don't want to be seen as hyping up a game that has been called so problematic. That's what I'm guessing. Can you give 10 out of 10 on a not perfect game? It depends on how you define it. Like, for a lot of these companies, 10 out of 10, like IGN, they basically have titles for their reviews and then they have numbers associated with it. And it's not the other way around. So what they do is like masterpiece, amazing, great, good, mediocre, bad, right? And then they go from that and they say, okay, masterpiece is a 10. 9 is amazing. Beneath that is great, which is 8. Good is 7. Mediocre is 6. Bad is 5 and below. And so a game can be a masterpiece and still have hiccups and issues. And as long as you're clear about that, I think we're okay. But I think a lot of people understand it's like a 10 out of 10 or 100 out of 100 seems to be a rating of a game that is as perfect as it could have been. Like, there's just nothing else to say. It's perfect. And I will say there have been games like that where they've come out and I'm like, I really don't know what I would change. Like for Red Dead 2. My frustration with Red Dead 2 is that it's so similar to Red Dead 1. But when asked, like, why is that a bad thing? Isn't Red Dead 1 great? It's like, yeah. It's just not it's not exciting. They don't innovate a ton. There's not a lot new. But I have no advice or no suggestions on how to freshen it up. Like, it's more of the same. But it's pretty much as good as I think you could possibly say it is. Like, I don't know what we... Like, I don't know how you... Oh, Return to the Quest area. Oh, it's going to be one of those games. So I would brace for... Okay, well, let me back up. All of that to say, I think it's very reasonable to give a game a 10, so long as you're clear that's not meaning that it's perfect. For me, a 10, though, when I say, oh, this is a 10 out of 10, what I mean when I say that is that this game is as good as it could possibly be. Like, barring future technological improvements, like bigger budgets, things like that are outside of their control. This is as good as it could possibly be. And I don't really have any suggestions. Like The Forgotten City is just about as amazing as I could possibly suggest or expect it to be, based on the fact it was made mostly by one person, but by a team of 3 people. Like, it is freaking amazing when you consider that. Is it a perfect game? Well, no. If it were coming from Rockstar, I would expect better graphics, better animation quality, that type of thing. But because of, like, when you take into consideration what the game is and the limitations outside of their control, it's as good as it could possibly be. So I hope that made some sort of sense. Hopefully. Luke, by the way, I saw the $5 while I was wrestling Locky, but let's see. You should get an eye tracker for pointing out pop and stuff. That actually would be really cool if we got an eye tracker and then I just tested it where, like, I'm playing the game and then I go back through the footage with that overlaid to see if there was pop in and how they hit it. That could be super cool. I know that's a thing some people have used for, like, Star Citizen. They've used, like, the facial scan stuff. Maybe I could double up and use it for that. I don't know. So you're a hypocrite. Got it. Yep. Confirmed. Fact check. Confirm. Any guesses? But yeah. Anyway, yes, I would totally do that. Any guesses on which way the game will get review bombed? I feel like there's a review bomb incentive from both sides of the controversy spectrum. I just hope it'll get a fair shot. Oh, it will. And I mean, the whole thing is just so dumb. Like, it's like I said in that last video. It's just the Streisand effect. Like, who gives a crap what J.K. Rowling says about any of this stuff? Like, she wrote a funny story and a cool story of people that use wands and sort of phallic sticks to cast spells and aspersions at each other. You know, zippity-doo-dah, thwap, and about a guy that doesn't have a nose, another kid that looks like every stereotypical dork in high school. Like, she wrote a good, silly, goofy story that people like. Why should I give a crap what she thinks about anything political or anything else? Like, I don't. I don't care what Elon says about, political stuff. I don't care what Jeff Bezos says about political stuff. They did something successfully elsewhere in their life, but that doesn't mean I have to take them seriously in any other facet of life. IGN in their video called her like, what did they say? They said like she's the preeminent anti-trans voice or something. I was like, no, I'm pretty sure that's like, the head of the Saudi royal family, Putin. I don't think J.K. Rowling is anywhere near. Like, come on, dude. Meanwhile, they're still playing games backed by Saudi Arabia, and like, give me a break. Give me a freaking break. Oh yeah, the Jedi Survivor delay. We should probably talk about that real quick in case you guys missed that. The Jedi Survivor delay. Hold on. Survivor. By the way, Nikki and I have been going back through Survivor. We're on, like, I won't say what season so people can't spoil it, but I used to watch Survivor growing up a lot. It was like our family thing, and it was really, really fun. And so we just started rewatching it, and ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. It's so good. It's so good. None of these dates are updated yet. Let's see. Is this the right date? Yes. Okay, so real quick. Star Wars Jedi Survivor now arrives April 28th. Who's editing this? I believe Jacob said he would be. I don't know if Jacob's in chat, but he had the day off and he was working on stuff today. So I would assume we could just have him do it. Let you sleep. But I believe that's where we're at. But anyway, so for the last 3 years, the Jedi team here at Respawn has poured its collective heart and soul into Star Wars Jedi Survivor. And we are proud to say the next chapter in the tale of Cal Kestis is content complete. So basically, it's gone gold. All the content in the game is there. They just are polishing, right? We are now focused entirely on the final stage, bug fixes, and to enhance performance, stability, polish, and most importantly, the player experience. Jedi Survivor is a direct response to the feedback from our community, delivering the expansive destinations to explore, evolved combat and traversal, and of course, the continuation of Cal and BD stories. Making this game has truly made us a better team, and we have pushed ourselves at every level to make this the Star Wars sequel our fans expect from Respawn and Lucasfilm Games. In order for the team to hit the Respawn quality bar and provide the team the time that they need, and to achieve the level of polish our fans deserve, we have added 6 crucial weeks to our release schedule. Star Wars Jedi Survivor will now launch globally on April 28th. Thank you to EA and Respawn for giving us the time to deliver the best experience for our players, and to all of you for understanding. So, we're now waiting until April, folks. We're now waiting until April. Where is the video? I just pulled it up. Did I not pull it up? Oh, I was one short. There we go. It is what it is. I'm glad that they're taking their time, and I hope that they're able to polish it. You guys know I had a pretty rough time with the first game. It was pretty buggy for me on the Xbox Series X. No, Series 1X. Seriously, the naming scheme for these is so stupid. But I had a pretty buggy time with it. I will say that everything they've shown here looks really good. Why the hell are you playing in 480p? It's 2023. What are we doing? But I hope they polish it. I hope they polish it. Because I just replayed the first game and I thought it was way better than I remember it being. Probably because I was able to play it on PC and not have bugs. But God, man, it is great. Really, really great. Let's see. April 28th is my birthday, but I'm not about to give Star Wars any money after the last trilogy. I still have not finished watching the last trilogy. I should. But everybody's like, nope, it's bad. The last one I saw was the one that Han Solo was in, and then was suddenly not in. So I don't know. I guess I just haven't felt the motivation to go do it. You shouldn't. Don't. It's traumatizing. Is it that bad? Like, I still said this is so mean. Okay, this is so mean. I hate to be this guy, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys. You deserve it. Have you guys ever watched a movie and you've just been like, that's the main character? You know, you have a moment where you're just like, huh, okay, not who I expected to have been cast here. I had that moment in 2 films that I can think of. Okay, Pitch Perfect. When I saw Anna Kendrick, I just thought she didn't. Maybe I saw the trailers and I thought somebody else was the star, but I got like 45 minutes into that movie and I had this moment where I was like, oh, she's the main character. Like, I don't know why. It happened. And the other time it happened was when I saw, I almost said Khal Drogo. When I saw, what even is his name? The bad guy in the new trilogy. What is his name? Kylo Ren. That's what. Yeah. Anyway, Kylo Ren. When I saw him take off the mask and I saw his face, I was like, I don't know what I expected. I just didn't expect him. It didn't match like the voice, didn't match the movement. I just wasn't ready for it. Adam Driver, yeah. And he's a great actor. Don't get me wrong. Adam Driver's a tremendous actor. He's done some phenomenal stuff. I mean, the guy is an artist through and through. But I just did not expect his face. And I was like a little, okay, interesting. I mean, I'm glad it wasn't like Tom Cruise. Like, he takes off the mask and is like Tom Cruise does. I'm glad it wasn't that. You know, they didn't just go for easy A-list celebrity crap. But I just wasn't ready for it. I don't know why. But all of the clips I've seen of the later like movies just makes it seem like the lightsaber duels suck. I don't think Ren is like particularly strong as a protagonist. I think they just didn't write her enough stuff that's quality. I don't know what happens with the Luke story arc. They probably kill him off because that's probably what they just felt they should do. Yeah, I don't know. I just have never had the drive to go. I've never had the Adam Driver to go and finish watching it. I did see there was like green milk or something he was drinking. Do they make him like get poisoned from the green milk? Probably. You know it's bad. Like I saw a TikTok of Mark Hamill joking about how bad the ending was. And like that's never a good sign. That was even a thing with the freaking Game of Thrones final season. You guys remember those clips of the actors from Game of Thrones when they were asked, how do you feel about the ending? And they're on the like premiere red carpet for the first episode of the last season. And they're like, but nobody wanted to talk about it. It wasn't like, oh, it's such an amazing finisher for this story. They just did not want to address it. They were not hyped at all. And it was honestly like looking back on it, it's like, yeah, they knew. Best season ever. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I should finish it. I should just go watch it. I should do that. But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Oh, Diablo 4 news. Okay. Well, first I want to look at this. I want to look at this. I think Adam Driver's at his best outside blockbuster cinema. Like, he's so good at Marriage Story, House of Gucci, etc., but just kind of falls off when he's playing Kylo Ren. Yeah, some people are good at that. Like, some people are just better at the indie stuff. Like Tilda Swinton. I think Tilda Swinton is an amazing actress, specifically when she goes and does more indie stuff. Really, really good. Who's somebody else I saw that was doing indie stuff that was surprisingly good? Who was that? I don't know. It'll come to me. I saw another actor who was doing some like indie stuff, and I was like, holy crap, yeah, that's way better. I never thought of them as like a serious actor, but then I saw them doing indie stuff. I was like, dear God almighty. Robert Pattinson, yeah, he's done it. He's not who I was thinking. I mean, the other one you could point at is like Daniel Radcliffe. He's done a lot of weird stuff since he finished Harry Potter, and I think that's really badass. It just works really, really well. You know, really, really well to be able to just go in there and try something different. Did you see the article about Skull and Bones playtesters not being interested at all in the game? No. That's freaking hilarious, though. Hold on. Skull and Bones playtesters. Oh, no. Hold on. I got to read this. We got to look at this. Okay. Jacob, or whoever's editing this, begin a video here. Okay. Okay. Skull and Bones playtesters aren't interested is the title of this here article. Skull and Bones doesn't manage to convince even its playtesters, as the first feedback shows players are not interested in the game. That's not good. That's not good. When the people you're paying to play the game don't want to play it, that's bad. Ubisoft's upcoming pirate game Skull and Bones doesn't interest its playtesters, according to a recent report. 6 years after its initial announcement during E3 2017, it seems that Skull and Bones still needs extra development to bring additional features players are hoping for. The idea of Skull and Bones began as an expansion for Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, centered around naval battles. Fans were thrilled to discover this open-world MMO where they could take control of their own customizable pirate ship, but soon reports emerged that Skull and Bones was stuck in development hell. According to various statements, Skull and Bones was redesigned several times during its development, with multiple changes in direction and scope. Skull and Bones was postponed 6 times, originally set for release by the end of 2018, to a now undetermined release date in the 2023 fiscal year. According to interviews conducted by Insider Gaming, the playtesters who had access to Skull and Bones are not convinced by Ubisoft's pirate game. Out of over 10 playtesters, only a couple were satisfied with the game, and the rest shared a feeling that Skull and Bones was nothing special. In a Twitter thread discussing these playtests, some players stated that they wouldn't take part in future sessions even though they were invited to give Skull and Bones another shot. From speaking with playtesters, the latest Skull and Bones playtest isn't exactly instilling a lot of confidence in me that they've made the necessary changes for it to be successful. I find it hard to believe that people are going to pay $70 for this one, TBH. Wow. That's bad, man. I got invited to the playtest, and to be honest, I'm not even going to bother with it. Oof. When playtesters are like, this sucks, and it's supposed to come out in months, that's not good. That's not good. That's, dare I say, bad. I guess it's not really a shock. We've known this game is like really iffy for a long time, but man, they still can't figure it out. It's just sad at this point. Yeah, kind of. It's just like, what do you do? I mean, they have to release the game because they have an agreement with, I believe, the government of Singapore to release it. And so they can't cancel it. They have to put it out. And yet there's just, the game can't come together. And I think it's because they're trying to figure out, like, okay, do we just do, like, how do we make this not Black Flag? But also, like, it has to be better and more compelling than Sea of Thieves. But Sea of Thieves has a lot of stuff this game doesn't. It's like, it's just, how do we tie this together? I'm not expecting that they do. I don't know. They want to monetize it. Oh, well, for sure. But the only way a game like this works is if you can have enough players to actually fill the servers and make the MMO portion of it like an MMO. You know, you have to be able to do that part. Kind of important. And apparently they just, nobody's really interested. And the problem really at the heart of this is this game's gotten so much bad press. Even if they figure it out and this game comes out and it's pretty good, the negativity surrounding this is so overwhelming, it almost certainly will still flop. Unless it comes to like Game Pass day one. That's the only way you save something like this. Because the barrier for $70 is going to be pretty damn high. So, I'm expecting it to be a little rough. It's just, I mean, it's too bad. It really is too bad. It's still probably going to go viral. People are going to love hating on it. Like, love hating on it. It's going to be a big old thing. Like, you know, Forspoken, like tons of videos have done very, very well from YouTubers across the internet, just bashing it because people kind of love to hate on games that suck. And this is going to be a prime example of that again. So after Gotham Knights, I've learned to adjust my expectations. Yeah. I'm quite behind the stream now, but now seeing when Nikki's in the room, didn't know you guys were expecting it. Congratulations. Hope Lachlan is excited to be a big sibling. Oh, awesome. Well, when you catch up and you see this, yes, we're very excited. And Lockie is also very excited. So appreciate you. But yeah, I never heard of Forspoken before it totally flopped. The thing is, like, normally when games have demos, it instills more confidence. Like, what's another game that had a demo? Did Final Fantasy VII? Did that have a... I feel like that had a demo, didn't it? I think it did. But there's a lot of games that have demos where you play the demo and you end up liking it even more. You're like, oh, I wasn't going to get this. Now I really like it. I'm actually impressed. Anthem's another example of a demo that actually probably did more to harm it. But was Anthem's a demo, or was it the free, you could sign up for like a free month of EA Plus or something? There was something weird like that. Avengers, Anthem, now Forspoken. It seems like a desperate last attempt by publishers to get people excited, you know? I don't know at what point they say, this isn't working, we need a demo. I don't know when that happens or when the executives decide that. But it seems like whenever a game is starting to really have maybe negative perception, or people are like, I just don't get it, they decide then to do a demo. And so like Avengers, the gamers in general were like, so is this like, you're saying it's narrative, but it's also like a 4-player co-op game. Like, I don't know what the game is. So they give a demo. Or Forspoken. It's like, it's confusing. So they give a demo. RE8 had a demo? That's right, they did. They did. I don't think they needed one, to be honest. I think that was more just throwing us a bone. Wolong got people hyped. Does Wolong have a demo? I didn't think it had a demo. Wolong got people hyped. It's coming out in, I think, early March, like first week of March. Forspoken also demanded a higher price tag, and the gameplay and story were boring and nothing special. Yeah. It's just, Forspoken is a great example of a game that I think could have really benefited from a different approach in marketing and a slightly tweaked prioritization in game development. Like some of the, I showed you guys on Monday's stream some of the clips of like late game boss battles in Forspoken, and it's actually like, it's not bad. It actually looks pretty good. But I think so few people, I guess spoilers, because this is going to show some segments from the end of Forspoken, but it doesn't sound like any of you guys are going to play Forspoken, so, you know, cry me a river. But be braced in case you cared. But, like, moments like this, unless if she would just not talk, then I'm sure it'd be fine. let's just go forward to different boss fights. Like if they pitched and sold this to us as an open world game with big boss fights, and then they kind of leaned into the Elden Ring inspiration and sprinkled more of these boss fights and mini boss fights around the map, I think people would have generally been a lot more positive. And if the demo had been a late game boss fight, just one big one, I think people would have been very impressed, and the perception would have been much different. They still would have hated the story, and they still would have hated like the cringe writing, but that's where the development shift comes in. Like the strongest part of Forspoken, according to everybody who's played it, myself included, and everybody who's finished it, has been that the combat's actually pretty good, especially in the late game. But you have to trudge through so much narrative mud and muck to get there that by the time you reach that point, it doesn't feel worth it. You're like, I just don't care that much. So if they were able to cut down on the bloat, and then also just stop trying to make a really interesting character and a good narrative, and just lean into it, like do the Elden Ring thing. No dialogue. This chick just shows up in this weird world somehow, and then you just run from place to place killing monsters. I think that game would have been received a lot better if they literally had just scrapped all of the dialogue, all of the narrative. I think if they did that, it actually would have been received better, which is hilarious. Dude, all of your throws are getting clipped into this roof. What are you doing? And it's pretty funny when your game is like it has something so bad about it that if you were to literally just cut out a huge chunk of it, it would be better. That's pretty bad. But I think it was the denial. And this is the danger with having an echo chamber in any creative pursuit. Like if you, okay, this is a bad example because this guy sucks at these boss fights. I don't know what he's doing. But if you have a team that refuses to acknowledge that there are issues and hiccups, then you're never going to be honest with yourselves, and you're never going to actually make progress. It's one of the interesting things if you watch the development blogs and documentaries and stuff for like Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog will put their games together, like the original Last of Us or any of these other games, and they will just straight up say, like, we love this feature, we love this segment, it doesn't work, we have to cut it. And they will have spent months working on something, and they'll just cut it. It sucks, but we have to. It just doesn't flow. And so they have that very extreme self-critique that keeps them honest and keeps them real. And that's what you have to do. Like, you have to have that radical self-examination in order to have any chance at success. And I just don't think this company, certainly, I don't think they had that. I think everybody in the studio was like, no, Faye's so kick-ass awesome. She's so cool. She slays. She slays. And as a result, of course, it didn't end up being received well. Naughty Dog also has the budget to do that. Yeah, I mean, sure, they have big budgets, but they're also on time constraints just like every other studio. There are expectations tied into it. And what I'm saying with this, like, Forspoken's narrative should never have gotten this bad, or specifically this far. Like, they worked on this game for years with the narrative being this lackluster. And they should have known. So either they got too far deep and they just didn't think that they could change it, so they just leaned into it, or they didn't care, or they honestly thought that it was cool and it was good. I don't know which is worse, but either way, like, there's really no excuse for a AAA game to get this far with a narrative this horrible. And it's just painfully uninteresting. And but like, these boss fights visually are compelling. They're pretty cool. If they had just done like the Elden Ring thing, you could have world building. You could still have that stuff. Just hide it. Make it a little less specific. Don't give me 20-minute cutscenes. Stop pretending like you're a great author. Just give me the gameplay. And I think this would have been received way better. Should have brought Kojima in to fix it. I'm telling you right now, if Kojima's name were on this, it probably would have gotten probably like a Metacritic of 88, 89. No joke. Like, I would bet that if you took narrative plot points from Forspoken and then leaked it as plot points for the upcoming Death Stranding 2, you would have a generally positive response from Kojima fans. So, anyway. Yeah, Kojima fans are hilarious. I cannot get enough of them. They're so funny. Like the other day when I made up that insane like gummy bear example of gummy bears dripping out of my eyeballs and then standing with the stigmata in my hands on a cliffside while I cry gummy bear tears. And there was like a Kojima fan in the comment section that's like, actually, but that doesn't even mean that would be bad. It's actually a pretty cool concept. I think you're just being a hater. I was like, I was trying to come up with the most ridiculous example I could think of. And then you're defending that ridiculous example because it sounds so much like what your patron saint Kojima would do. Like, at what point do you wake up and realize that you're just not self-aware? It's amazing. I don't know. What house will you be in Hogwarts Legacy? Ravenclaw. I'm a Ravenclaw through and through. So, burning a big bag of cash at the beginning, the way they did was a horrible way to set the tone and what foreshadowing the game of the game itself. But yeah, for real, TB. It just like when something like that, if you want to have it so she loses the bag of money, okay. What I would have done is I would have had like shown in the cutscene, she takes that money because it's a massive bag of money in an abandoned building. I would say like show her locking it behind like multiple padlocks in like under the sink or something. Do that. She hides it, locks it up so nobody could break in and easily steal it. Then she goes to bed. She wakes up and the building's on fire, and maybe she runs over to try to open it up, and like she tries to undo the lock, but the metal's so hot from the fire that it burns her fingers. And then when she goes into the magical land, she has blackened fingertips, like burned, and necrosis is setting in, and it's a constant reminder of that. Little stuff like that would have been fine. Easy fixes. I just came up with that in 25 seconds. And like that one moment in the game has been memed on so hard. It's unbelievable that nobody said, okay, this is really stupid. We should fix that. It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. What difference does it make with the Hogwarts houses? So you have different places where you stay. So you'll be in a different house room, basically, as the home base, where, you know, you sleep and all that. So it's a different house. You also are going to be hanging out with different students depending on the house, because you generally will hang out and be friends with people in your house versus others. It also reflects your personality. So there's, I would assume, going to be some gameplay perks and detractions from being in one group over the other. So like there's a bunch of little pieces that tie into it. I wonder if you can sneak into it. Yeah, I don't know. I wish Hogwarts had a demo. That's the thing. Hogwarts definitely doesn't need one. And I think that's what they're realizing. I'm lagging so hard. Let me do a poll real quick. If everybody can answer this, have you been lagging in the stream? Because what I can do is, like for the next stream, I can't fix it now, but in the next stream, what I could do if a lot of you are having that issue is I'll just stream with a slightly larger delay. So instead of like 2 to 3 seconds to see your messages, it'll take like 5 to 10 seconds. But like then your lag is going to be significantly reduced. Still can't do polls. Baby steps. But it does let you change chat settings, right? That's hopefully. Let's see. Can you do 1440p or 4K streams? Yeah. I could absolutely do that. I think the benefit would be improved bit rates. These cameras are 1080p cameras. They don't actually make a consumer grade 4K 60 camera that ties into a capture card like this. I was going to do the Blackmagic Studio 4K Plus cameras. They're massive and they can do 4K 60, but you have to have a capture card to go into the streaming PC for that. And each of those capture cards are like $300 and they take up an entire PCIe slot. So there's just no good, like there's no Camlink Pro 4K 60 that goes into the PCIe slot. So there's no easy way for me to do it. What I would probably have to do is just stream in 4K, but upscale everything. And we'll just deal with it. So that's what I would do. Peter, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Okay, so like 83% of you haven't had lagging issues. 17% have. Okay. I mean, adding an extra few seconds of lag, I don't think is going to be a big deal. So in the next stream, I'll do that. We'll also try streaming at a higher resolution next stream. I'll just kind of stretch everything out, and we'll have a higher bit rate as well, so it should look better as well, which would be ideal. That 4090 is like 3.5 slots too. Yeah, no, this thing is ridiculous. Like, we're not streaming off this PC, although it totally could handle it. We're streaming off of this PC because I have the graphics card for encoding. I have the AverMedia for capturing the screen of either the game or the PC. And then underneath here, I have the Camlink Pro, which basically just goes in and allows me to hook up all of the cameras that you see here. Easy peasy. Do you think the cooldown on the spells in Hogwarts will help or hinder combat? I think it'll work fine. I don't have a problem with that. I think it'll be a balancing act to like kind of dance around. Oh yeah, Rocky, did you miss that earlier? Yeah, the new PC's here. Came in last night. It's ridiculous. That is like ridiculously large. They had to vertically mount it with like custom mounting hardware because it's so freaking massive. That's why it took so long, because they had to get a special like metal bracket system and then screw it in to hold this 4090. It only fits vertically in this like mid-tower case. I don't think it's a full size. Well, maybe it is full size. No, because I think full size is like 5 fans. It's like 4 fans. Yeah, so it's like a mid-tower PC, but it's ridiculous. Yeah, the 4090s are insane. It's huge. Huge. Day before gameplay is going to drop tomorrow. 10 minutes of gameplay, apparently. I'm hoping it's going to get torn apart no matter what they show. It's got to be amazing for anybody to chill out on them. Like, because, I mean, everybody's very skeptical. Very, very skeptical. Fantastic just posted on their Discord. Good. Good. On Undig Adventures, I ordered a 4080 today. 4090 is where my wife draws the line before employing lethal weapons. Yeah, I totally understand why. I mean, it's great. So far, it's insane. Like, it can run that Red Dead 4K native, no DLSS or anything. It can run that at my full frame rate, like at 144 hertz on this monitor. It's ridiculous. It also is maxing out the power draw on my UPS whenever I go into difficult situations, but you know, that's a whole other thing. Try Cyberpunk. Oh, dude, we totally should try Cyberpunk. Do I have it installed? Did I install it last night? No. I'll start downloading it while we do this. It shouldn't affect the stream, but I'll start downloading it, and maybe in a few minutes we can do that, because I would freaking love to see what that looks like. Making sure the stream doesn't glitch out, or the bitrate doesn't freak out, rather. Okay, we're good. We're good. I think we're good. Okay, let's watch this Atomic Heart thing. DLSS 3 on Cyberpunk with a 4090 as a site. Yeah, well, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. It's downloading now. Yeah, native 4K 144 hertz. Yeah, it's stupid. It's just, it actually feels like next generation gaming. Because prior to this, it was like 4K, but you have to cheat to get to 4K. So it's like always upscaling and it kind of looks blurry still. It's a whole other thing. But is your camera feed for your streaming PC or the other? Like where are the cameras going to? The cameras are all going into the streaming PC, into that Camlink Pro. So all of the audio, the cameras, everything are running through that PC. The 4090 is the return of Moore's Law. Yeah. 4K is pointless. 1440p is more than enough. Depends on the size of your monitor. I agree if you're like 27 inches and under, but once you get to the point where you're using like a 32-inch monitor, 4K is absolutely, I don't know about necessary, but it's greatly appreciated. It makes a big difference. Where is Rocky's PC? It's in his cage. It's been waiting for him there all day. On that note, I would love a walkthrough of your room and gaming station, Luke. Maybe we'll post that. Maybe that'll be one of the videos for the live channel this week. I think that could be cool. That could be fun. Just film it on my phone and kind of walk you through. Because I realize it's not that easy to just quickly do that. It's kind of an elaborate tour because there's a lot going on in here to keep things working. But I'd be down. Anyway, Atomic Heart. We were going to do that. I'm so ready for this game too. Moonfish. Already love it.
Welcome to the mad, uchronic world of Atomic Heart, a new cinematic and explosive action RPG. Discover details of the amazing and intricate world created for the game. Atomic Heart's setting is a fictional USSR of 1955. In a top-secret military base built to manufacture robots, known as Facility 3826. The mastermind behind this facility is a brilliant scientist by the name of Dmitry Sechenov, who pioneered a special liquid substance called polymer in 1936. Expanding on the formidable qualities of his invention, Sechenov managed to launch a huge neural network of AI assistant robots called Collective. This allowed robots to free the people from manual labor in favor of arts and science. Everything goes smoothly until 1955, when authorities planned to launch Collective 2.0 and introduce a new thought device, allowing humans to control the network and issue commands with just the power of thought. Unfortunately, the launch of Collective 2.0 is sabotaged, leading to a technological nightmare. Robots attack humans, with hundreds of casualties among facility staff. You are Major P3, an elite soldier from the intelligence service. You are sent by Sechenov to investigate the circumstances of the incident and restore the neural network. Your mission will take you across the scientific testing grounds of Facility 3826, which spreads like a fungal network throughout the Kazakh mountains. As you roam the base, you'll come across expansive scientific complexes, mysterious laboratories, above-ground civilian infrastructure, and discover bizarre underground tunnels packed with spatial puzzles that even the most experienced players will enjoy. One thing you can expect is to never know what to expect, be it horror, arenas, puzzles, or a plot twist with cinematic cutscenes.
Put pressure on this wound. They tried to save you. Why the hell should I believe any of this?
You should be more careful. This place is a damn madhouse.
You're going to Chalamet.
The hell are you?
I've got eyes and ears everywhere, sweet cheeks.
There's blood all over the place.
You really didn't tell her anything, did you?
I never expected to see Victor like this, in these circumstances.
Human casualties.
And he has to be stopped!
Poor bastards. What the fuck happened here? Who the fuck did this?
Am I making myself clear? Comrade Sechenov.
But you won't be traveling alone. Here is Charles, a polymer AI integrated into your experimental power glove. Charles is a by-the-book sidekick that will provide you with new objectives, story, and character details. It will also provide tidbits on Atomic Heart's looming secrets, and even divulge a bit about your shrouded history. Charles doesn't only have a teacherly personality capable of mid-mission banter, it can also scan the area, hack robots, and other equipment at will. Through its power, you'll even be able to deploy energy shields and wield electric, freezing, and telekinetic powers.
Prove that you are human, Pioneer Nechayev.
Communicating with other characters, it's entirely up to you to decide what you will say in dialogue, allowing you to enjoy an array of interesting responses. You will have a vast territory to explore. Facility
It's no
3826
Cockfight, yeah,
includes
exactly.
5 giant complexes with more than 25 hours of gameplay to beat.
Okay.
Traveling around the world is easier with the Aero Train or any other mode of transportation still working, but you'll have to stay on your toes since any action may attract unwanted attention and result in your death. As you fight your way out of this nightmare, keep in mind that all robots are interconnected and controlled by the Collective's AI. This is both their strength and Achilles' heel. Take control of the Collective systems, network control terminals, cameras, hawks, volants, and repair hives that restore destroyed hubs of the Collective, defeated robots, and other elements of the network. But robots won't be your only enemies. Scientific plants, sprouts, can find a body and mutate. Mutants do significant damage in battle. There are also fuchsias, who are truly formidable opponents. But what makes them special is that they can summon sprouts. And you'll have a big problem unless you can keep the two of them from fusing with each other. To fight dangerous robots and mutated creatures, lay your hands on a cutting-edge arsenal, ranging from a sharp axe for melee combat to a modified electric rifle or a cool grenade launcher. Melee weapons will help you accumulate energy that can then be spent with your energy weapons. When it comes to your firearms, however, you'll have to scour through the environment to find bullets or craft them yourself using crafting machine Nora and add elemental effects to them. Your fighting style will depend on your choice of weapons and skills. Combine firearms and energy or melee weapons as well as glove abilities and use them wisely. Install additional upgrades for your weapons, such as an extended mag, a collimator scope, an upgraded barrel case, a tactical grip, or a silencer. Search every piece of furniture, computer, and corpse to collect materials that can be used to modify your arsenal. Become unstoppable.
Looks pretty good.
Finally, whether you're a hardcore player in need of a frenzied, gore-filled challenge, or an adventurer eager to explore this unique world full of crazy, gripping narratives, Atomic Heart can be molded to your ideal experience. Do you have what it takes to adapt and tame unfamiliar enemies and environments? And can you handle the shocking truth coming your way? Shine light on deceit and unearth what Atomic Heart really is. Just know one thing. In Atomic Heart, the price of truth will be paid in blood, as the utopian dream is not what it seems. Atomic Heart releases February 21st on PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series, Xbox One, and PC. Pre-order it now.
It looks so good. So good. The one thing I have heard from people who have played it in early access preview things is that it has this open world that you kind of explore while you go through the main story. And apparently the open world feels fairly bland. Like a lot of copy and pasted houses all over the place. And they explain it as like, oh, it's like the futuristic utopia. So everybody like has the same house. And so that's how they justify copying and pasting stuff all over. But it's a little bit of a bummer to hear that they're having problems with that. But who knows? It might have just been that one particular area that the guy was exploring and looking at. I don't know, because I haven't played it. So we shall see. We shall see. But what I do know is that right now it looks freaking badass. It looks freaking badass. Yeah, for real. People are forgetting that this isn't AAA. Yeah, what you got to remember is that team. What is the exact name of the studio? Hold on. Atomic Heart. It's being put together by Moonfish. Moonfish. Previously, let's see. Do they even have a Wikipedia page? They don't. They don't even have a Wikipedia page. The publisher is the same publisher that did like Plague Tale. So, and like Vampire and those games. So the publisher is a company that has had some real bangers recently. I started working with them back in the day, like 5-6 years ago, when the channel was very small and we were just starting, and they gave me a chance to review some of their stuff, and I greatly appreciated it. And now to this day, like, they're still doing very, very well. So, I mean, they're popping off really. So let's see. I'm trying to see if there's any information about this studio. Atomic Heart Company. About Us. Founded in 2017 by a team of 4 like-minded gaming enthusiasts, Moonfish is a video game development studio headquartered in Cyprus. Moonfish is led by a talented global team focused on creating an original, captivating, and unique gaming experience with their first title, Atomic Heart. This is their first game. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Got their weapons, got their nice office. See, I would love to have a office set up kind of like this for the channel one day with all of our different stuff, have different like little offices for the different editors. I think that'd be all just badass. But I mean, it doesn't sound like it's a big team at all. I don't know. That's pretty cool. It's pretty impressive. This is their first game and it looks that good. With our investors, Gaijin Entertainment, Gem Capital, and Tencent, and our hardware partner NVIDIA, we celebrate Atomic Heart and welcome you to our sci-fi world ecosystem. I mean, that's probably why they got some good funding by some pretty big groups. But that's pretty cool. Well, there you go. I followed them since the beginning. They started in St. Petersburg with like 12 people. Okay. Okay. Hogwarts Legacy Studio hasn't done anything big neither. Well, nothing huge like that, but like Hogwarts Legacy, but they've at least put out a ton of games, and they've existed since like the early 2000s. But this is literally their first game ever. So like if we go back to that chart, that probably brings us a little further to the left. It's an unknown studio. Who knows? But they've shown a good amount of stuff off, and what they've shown looks really, really good. Whereas like even some stuff that they've shown off in like Forspoken, they showed off a ton of that game, and every time they showed something off, it looked worse and worse and worse. So, map, lore. Yeah, man, it looks good. We'll see. I mean, it might be one of those games that launches pretty broken. Who knows? But from what they've shown, it looks pretty stable. And they've let people at like IGN play it for extended periods of time, which is usually a good sign. Let's hope this beginner studio can deliver too. Well, like that's the thing is if the employees have a history, and if the employees are coming from successful studios, I'm down. But a lot of the time, it's kind of hard to gauge. Let's see. Oh yeah, what's this Billy Mitchell stuff? I don't know. Also, let's hear Maddie. Maddie, explain to me what's going on with Xbox, because I don't know. Hold on. Playback speed 1.5. Okay. Maddie, help me understand. Help me understand, Maddie.
Again, yes. I mean, salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, sitting down to talk about Halo. Again, yes. I mean, this news cycle unexpectedly had some continuity to it here on the Mr. Maddie channel. Just yesterday, we talked about Phil Spencer's response.
Neutrogena gently cleanses without leaving skin dry and tight. There
to the three.
That's, Neutrogena products. They're targeting Mr. Maddie. Apparently they think he has like dry skin or dirty skin. I don't know. That's mean, Neutrogena. They'll start recommending me stuff like that. I'm like, how dare you? How dare you?
4-3 layoffs,
How
the future of Halo, where in particular, he dodged the 10-year plan question when it came to Halo Infinite.
Yeah, that's never good. Like, if you have a very successful franchise, people are like, so what's like 10 years? In game devs, that's like 1.5 releases away, right? It's like, yeah, it's 10 years from now. What's the plan? You just didn't talk about it. It's just, no. That's not good. That's bad.
Now, today, we have some answers and then some, because Bloomberg has the scoop on what's happening with 343 in the terms of number of layoffs, who was laid off and what position, and of course, more importantly, what's going on with the engine, what's the future of this 10-year plan, are they wiping the slate clean, and even the suggestion that Halo is going to multiple platforms. So we have a lot to talk about today in the terms of the future of this franchise, so get cozy, everyone. It's another doozy. And with
I remind you of Elvis the Alien. You don't even know how often I get told that. It's like a very common thing. People think that we're like brothers and stuff. I looked him up because I started getting that comment like maybe a couple years ago. I started to see it a lot. And, I personally don't see it or hear it, but apparently a lot of people do. So I'm the weird one out. But yeah, I take it as a compliment because he makes really, really good stuff. So I do appreciate it. But yeah, people think that we're like brothers. I've gotten that. People are like, so are you like the brother who makes the gaming content? He makes movie content or something? I'm like, no, I don't know, but it's common. Like I've gotten that a lot.
That if you are new here, Halo franchise.
Yeah, sub to Maddie.
The article. Microsoft says it's going to keep making games in the popular Halo franchise at its prized 343 Industries studio, despite rumors to the contrary. But after a leadership overhaul, massive layoffs, and a host of big changes, the outfit is all but starting from scratch. While Microsoft declined to provide specific figures, at least 95 people at the company have lost their jobs, according to a spreadsheet of affected employees reviewed by Bloomberg.
Oof.
The list named dozens of veterans, including top directors and contractors, upon which the studio heavily relies. Those temporary employees were given just a few days warning before their contracts came to an end, according to people familiar with the process, asking to not be identified because they weren't authorized to speak publicly. The cuts led to rumors that 343 would farm out development of the Halo series to other companies. Matt Booty, head of Microsoft's Xbox Game Studios, said in an interview that 343 will continue as the internal developer for Halo and as the home of Halo.
Yeah, and the reason, again, why this is important is because just like last week, people were saying that Microsoft was going to take, like, basically dissolve 343. They were going to take Halo, give it to another studio. They were just going to say, screw it, you guys can't handle this. We're moving on. But apparently they're keeping it at 343. And they're just clearing house as well with layoffs, firing people. Now, I do want to say what he just described, it sounds like calling it like firing is a little different. Because they described contracts not being renewed with only a few days notice. So what it sounds like to me is that these were probably contractors working on Halo Infinite, maybe the multiplayer or the rumored Battle Royale. And then they were contracted for a set period of time, and then Microsoft's just not renewing their contracts. Like, it sucks because those people now don't have work, but my understanding from talking to game devs is that that's pretty standard. Like, that happens a lot. The hope for a lot of game devs is to work contracting and be a contractor, and then to eventually get to the point where they become an employee. That's the goal, at least. But a lot of these people start as contractors and work their way up. One of my contacts within, like, Ubisoft, that I've spoken to a lot and that I've used as reference for Assassin's Creed stuff, because he works on Assassin's Creed stuff. He started as a contractor back in like 2017 when I was talking to him initially. And now he's like he's a lead for one of their gameplay teams. I don't think it's basically the team that goes around and places dynamic content on the maps. So he's actually moved up a lot, but he started as a contractor, just doing, I think he was like a QA contractor or something. I don't remember, but very, very little stuff. And then eventually got hired and now works for them. So what it sounds like is at least some of these 95 jobs that have been lost are contractors that just weren't renewed, which could mean that maybe Microsoft is planning on hiring full-time employees later after they restructure management. It could mean that they just weren't satisfied with their work, considering they haven't made a lot of progress in the last year or so. Who knows? But it doesn't sound like, just to be clear, it doesn't sound like from what they're describing that this is like 95 people who have worked there for 15 years and now are getting cleaned out. Like, it doesn't sound like that's what's happening. It sounds like they're getting rid of people who have not been there long at all.
Internally, Booty had assured 343 staff that even as they work with outside partners and outsourcing houses, think something like Certain Affinity in this case, they will remain in charge. 95 layoffs, they're hitting the reset button, and they're still in charge. And we talked about this yesterday, right? We talked about how Phil Spencer had externally said, you know what, 343, the heart and soul of Halo lies with them. Matt Booty has said as much publicly. He's saying...
Yeah, I also think it's sort of like a... I'm sorry, Maddie. I do Maddie so dirty with these pauses every time. But I do think that there's something to be said for the optics of this. It just doesn't look good to basically like take your biggest franchise away from a studio that's been working on it for a while and then give it to somebody else. It just doesn't look good. It doesn't scream confidence to investors. It's just a bad look. So I think they'd much rather keep the 343 name, gut it if they have to, and then figure out where they're going from there, just for sake of optics. I mean, imagine if, like, what would even be an example on the PlayStation side? Like, I don't even know if there's a clear example, but like if they took, say, maybe well, I mean, I guess we could rewind the clock. Let's rewind the clock. God of War Ascension. God of War Ascension from Santa Monica Studio came out, and it wasn't received super well, didn't sell super well, and it was pretty clear that they just needed a reboot of the franchise. It just wasn't working. If Sony had taken God of War and given it to another developer entirely and just shut down Santa Monica Studio after that game didn't do well, it would scream a lack of confidence, for one. It would say, yeah, we screwed up and now we're going to clean house and fix it, which doesn't look good to investors because investors are only going to be thinking about the fact that you allowed it to get screwed up. And it's just not a good look. So they'd rather figure it out, rework the team, and then keep it at that same company under that same umbrella, if that makes sense. Yes, Borchers, we did watch that earlier. We checked out all the Hogwarts Legacy stuff. So if you want to rewind the VOD too, we went through all of that. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, but this seems like it's a good amount of optics, keeping it at 343.
So we're going to let that reality sink in a little bit. I find the decision questionable. I don't know any other company that has had the reins to arguably one of the most important franchises in gaming, has muffed up 4 different releases in different manners, and still is the heart and soul of it. That is some crazy, I would almost say luck, if you will, and some true benevolence on Xbox's behalf. But what I really do take some issue with here is how it's being defined as hitting the reset button. One thing I don't see a lot of people talking about here is, wasn't Halo Infinite supposed to be that soft reset button for the franchise in general, right? We saw how things kind of got away from 343 with 4 kind of finding their footing. Okay, Master Chief Collection now speaks for itself. It's excellent, but when it first launched, it was one of the most broken, disappointing launches in the Xbox history. And then you had Halo 5, which had some good but sweaty multiplayer, and its story again kind of speaks to itself. So much so that fans were like, what is going on with the narrative here? What are y'all doing? And so that's where Halo Infinite came in. This 10-year plan. We're not making new Halo games after this. We're just adding to the Infinite platform and continuing to build that up. Wasn't this the soft reset? So now we're resetting almost a reset, if you will.
Yeah, reboot the reboot. Exactly. Exactly, Ismail. Like, that's exactly what they're doing. Reboot the reboot. That'll work. It's a bad look. It's a bad look.
And I just can't wrap my head around how messy it is. I know a lot of people will say, well, it's a moot point. They've already cleaned out staff. They have this plan in place, but I don't understand why, and granted, it hasn't been reported or announced yet, so it's possible it's happening, but why couldn't Xbox say, like, hey, why don't y'all make a new IP? You know, let's truly hit the reset.
I don't know. I mean, I guess you could do a new IP, but like Halo is, I mean, it is a juggernaut in the industry. It just is. It's a huge franchise. A lot of us grew up playing it, have very fond memories. Like, I would love to one day be able to play a good Halo game with Locke. That would be great. Being able to just sit up there, play games with it, like, that would be awesome. But I don't expect to be able to do that anytime soon. Just because, like, they can't get their crap together. I really don't know. Gorilla had a similar situation with Killzone. Yeah, I mean, maybe, and that's probably what he's getting to. Like, maybe it is just a matter of needing to try something different. They just gotta shake it off and do something that they haven't done before. Something wacky. I mean, look at HiFi Rush. That's coming from a studio that normally does, like, horror games. And they nailed that. So maybe they need to figure it out. Maybe they do need to try something else. But I think it's also a bad look. And it's just, I don't know, it's tough to justify giving them a new IP to mess with when they haven't been able to figure out the biggest IP that Microsoft has really relied on for a long time. And they can't put that together. So it's just a bad look. I don't know.
Button. You don't have to be just defined by Halo. You can make Halo games too, but why don't we take a small team, put them to the side, work on something smaller, work on something different. And Xbox has shown to be kind of the masters of that. You see what happened with HiFi Rush, Ghostwire. You see what happened with things like, oh, I don't know, Grounded, Pentiment, and now they're working on Avowed. Like, there are so many different games happening within Xbox, all from the same team. Right now, I would say 343 is in the most dire need of some experimentation because it's just constant problems, it seems, from the outside looking in, and I'm rooting for them. I love Halo. Like, I'm a huge fan of that, and I like the direction of Infinite as a Combat Evolved fan. It's my favorite Halo, so, like, I was about the vision, but they just have shown they cannot execute, and so that's why you clean house, right? But with that new talent in, this should give them an opportunity to redefine themselves beyond Halo. I know people will say, well, they're called 343. Who cares? Branding error. Most people aren't going to care if they...
Who cares? Branding error. I'm going to start using that. Just toss that out randomly. I think they need to start thinking about what made the franchise successful in the first place and stop trying to revolutionize the series. Give us a strong, replayable narrative with competitive co-op. Yeah, I also think... I also think that there's something to be said for the couch co-op and just the friendly gameplay tied into that. Like, the fact that online co-op is so ubiquitous nowadays, I don't think that that's an excuse for eliminating split screen co-op or couch co-op. I think It Takes Two is a great example of how couch co-op is still very viable. And that was a standalone game like that. That was standalone where you could only play it in couch co-op. So why are we suggesting that, now all of a sudden we definitely can't manage to implement a game mode with split screen? Like, come off it. Shout out Cuphead. Yeah, boom. Shout out Cuphead. For real. It's just, I find it so frustrating that all of these multiplayer studios refuse to do it. Like, if freaking Apex had a couch co-op mode where I could hand one controller to Nikki, or I could have a friend over, or three friends over, and then we play split screen, that'd be great. I had friends over a few months ago, and we wanted to play games together. We ended up playing Mario Kart. It was awesome. But if you don't know what Mario Kart is, by the way, it's basically where you all have a beer, and then you have to drink the whole beer by the time you're done with that race. So you can take like little swigs, but the one rule is that you cannot drink and drive. So you have to drive, and then when you go off a ramp, you can take a swig. Or if you're going to take a swig, you have to set down the controller, take a swig. But you have to finish the drink by the end of the race. So you have to like strategically time the drink. Iron Cyclops, Caleb, who's on here every once in a while, he just shotguns the beer at the beginning of the race, and it's a little upsetting how good he is at it. I'll be completely real. But that's a separate issue. As for but anyway, they came over and we wanted to play some zombies, some like Call of Duty zombies. And we ended up playing a game that's like 10 years old just to tackle that. Like, because none of the modern stuff has either it doesn't have high quality, or it doesn't have split screen co-op period, or its split screen co-op is garbage. And you need to buy like 15 different DLC to be able to like decently play it. It's ridiculous. I will also say, if you've been to my link tree, you've seen this, but my link tree in the description, I have a link at the very bottom of that link tree to the projector thing that I use in my family room upstairs. And it allows you to project like 100-inch screen at 4K, like 120 hertz if you want, or like more likely 4K 60. So what we did is on that huge projector, it's like 100 inches, 110 inches, but like on a 100-inch screen, for example, you could do 4-player split screen in Zombies or Halo or something, and each player would have the equivalent size of like a 50-inch screen. It's ridiculous. It's actually stupid. That's how big that screen is. Like, you used to play as a kid and you could never, like, if you were the guy in one of the corners, if you're playing with 2 other friends, then the one guy on the bottom would get the wide screen. And so it wasn't really fair. Or he would get it cropped and then there'd be the big black sections on either side. And so you could never really see what was going on either. With this screen, it's insane. It's like 50 inches diagonally for each player in a 4-player split screen. It's ridiculous. Yeah, my big projector screen, it's stupid, but it makes split screen co-op, awesome. But now it's not a thing, I guess. 10 times the detail. I was going to play the sound bite, but I lost all my sound bites and stuff when I moved the PC over. So I have to redo all of my sound bites. It's very sad. It's tragic. It's tragic.
You see Game X on the store shelf. They're like, 343, isn't that Halo? Why are they making an action beat 'em up game? I would just say, who cares?
I don't think anybody's going to care either. Again, I'm sorry, Maddie. He has one of those faces every time I pause the video. He's like, I'm sorry. But I really don't think it's a big issue. I really don't think so. I think it's a bad look, certainly, for them to do this, but I don't consider it to be a major problem.
Branding's important, but for the average consumer to find a game on store shelves or in Game Pass, they're not going to get so inquisitive that they're not going to play a game. I think we're putting a little too much emphasis on the name 343. Is it a mistake because of things like this? Yes. And could you argue the same thing could happen with the Coalition because that's all Gears? Yes, definitely. But I don't think it should bar them from doing other games because most people just care about the game at the end of the day. So that's how I feel about the reset button. Now it gets more interesting as we dig into the technical future of 343.
Oh yeah, this is really interesting. For those of you who missed it, they apparently are ditching their engine and are moving completely into Unreal. It's yet another example of a huge, huge company and franchise committing to Epic's Unreal Engine. It's a big deal. Why was Infinite so disappointing? Well, like a handful of reasons. For one, it was delayed constantly, and it was supposed to come out well before it did. So there's that. Secondly, while the main story was actually pretty good, and I think a lot of people liked it, I really liked it. It was relatively straightforward and short. And after you finished it, there wasn't a lot left to do. And then the multiplayer came out, and the multiplayer was solid. A lot of people played it, but there was a huge lack of content. And the long-term support is hilariously bad. Like Apex or Warzone, any of these other games, they have, the season pass. They have it so you can level up things, or you can gain gear and cosmetics through gameplay. The whole process of gaining XP and rewarding the player for playing the game was totally broken at launch. And for whatever reason, it was going to take them like 3 to 6 months to implement any changes at all. It was insane. So guys, you have to earn our playtime. You don't get to just get our playtime day one, like for 6 months. Like, no, you've got to earn it with long-term stuff. And if like the way it was, if I remember correctly, so if you guys remember correct me how it worked. But my understanding from what I recall, when Halo Infinite launched, the multiplayer XP was based on basically like randomly generated achievements that you had to pursue. So it would be something like, shoot 5 people and finish them with a grenade. And then that would be, you do that 5 times, and that's your daily challenge. And you have to complete that and then a handful of other little random things that it generated in order to get the XP basically for that day, which is really weird. It's just an odd way of doing it. And everybody's like, why can't I just get XP for matches? Like, the more kills I get, the more XP I get. Why not just do that? This doesn't make any sense. And they were like, yeah, well, they had no answer. Because again, like with all of this, there's always a reason. Like, gameplay changes don't just happen. Okay, stuff doesn't change on its own. They had to actively decide and choose to remove the standard, which is you play better, you get more rewards. And if you play more, you get more rewards. They took that out and replaced it with this system where it randomly generates challenges that you have to complete in order to earn XP. How is that better? What does that achieve? Like, if you're going to make a change, you should be able to explain why you made that change. The answer was money. You could buy challenge swaps. So, like, if you had a challenge that came up and you didn't want to do it, or it was really grindy or stupid or inordinately difficult, you could just do that. That's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. You're a goat, Luke. I appreciate that, Jay. You're a goat. No, you're a goat. In my opinion, the story was more than lackluster. The villain was hilariously bad and dull. The campaign, especially the gameplay, was pretty fun, but story-wise, man, I don't know. Not really memorable. Yeah, I would agree. It's not memorable. I couldn't really explain the story of Halo Infinite to you if I tried. But what I do remember is that it was pretty fun doing the Spider-Man thing with that grapple hook, and I thought the combat was relatively fun, and I had a good time with it. I played it with a controller on the Xbox. That should tell you a lot, because I can't stand playing shooters on controllers, but because I suck at it, to be fair, but still. Wow, awful. Yeah, it's inexplicably terrible. Like there's literally no excuse, because there's just no reason for it. And that's what I really don't understand. There's just no reason for it to be that broken and stupid. So, I don't know. I got it when it launched, and I actually had a great time playing with the multiplayer. So when it launched, I enjoyed it. I don't think we ever streamed it, but I did have a lot of fun at launch playing Halo Infinite. We played it with friends. I have a good friend who's really into Apex, and he dumped it to play Halo for like a month and a half. Played a ton of it and loved it. And I played with him, and we had a great time. It was awesome. I was like, okay, well, what happened? And what happened is that there was no long-term support. There was no, for one, like when it launched, what was it? There was something that was broken at launch. Was it that like Melee did twice as much damage as it should have done? There was something like that. But it took them like 3.5 weeks to patch it out. So it's like playing Warzone, or DMR Zone, if you guys played during the DMR meta in Verdansk. And it was just unplayable. Because like literally anywhere you were pop, dead. Completely dead. Like it was totally broken. It was a tactical rifle that you could quickly two-tap, just pop. And it would do so much damage, it could take you from full armor to dead like that. So anybody sees you, you're dead. It just ruined the game. But at least they got that fixed in like a week, like 5 days to a week. It conveniently took them just long enough that everybody bought the package that just so happened to be in the store at that time, available for purchase, to get the DMR if you wanted, but still. No shot DMR was like a month, I feel like. Was it that long, or did it just feel that long? Maybe it was longer than that. But I've with a lot of those metas, like the gallantry, that thing, like that meta existed for a while. That one was weeks and weeks. Was the DMR a month? They had to nerf it multiple times. Oh, you're right. I do remember that. They nerfed it once, and it didn't work. It didn't nerf it enough. And then they nerfed it again, but they nerfed it way too much. And they broke something else, and then they had to refix that. Yeah, there were multiple. You're right. Jeez, that was a mess. But again, it's like, it's my Warzone conspiracy theory is that Activision intentionally breaks these guns, because I can't help but notice they always break right as they're available for purchase in the store. So like, it's never a gun. Guns don't get broken that are like, oh, you can only get this by grinding. It's always available in the store. It's really, really weird how that works. Like, I think they break it. They leave it in the store. So all these like kids who want to be the next like Nick Merckx, they go and they buy it because it's the only way to be viable in the game. And then they play with that for a week. And then the next week, they break another gun that's also available in the store. Like, they just intentionally break the game on a regular basis to milk you for money. It's ridiculous. That's what made me sick of it. I was like, I don't care that much. I don't care. If I'm a streamer, I get it. I'm a streamer. Oh yeah, it's $20 to get the pack that has the skin and that has the gun I need. Okay, whatever. But like, I'm not streaming Warzone. I don't need that. There's a sneeze coming. Oh. But even if I were, Oh, it's just sitting right there. Oh, but even if I were streaming Warzone, that doesn't make it okay. Like, it still sucks ass. Which is why it kind of sucks ass that then you see that Activision gets the creator codes for the streamers. So then, like, Tim, the Tap Man, will make a video being like, this gun's totally broken. Happens to be available in the store. And if you use his creator code, he gets a cut of it. You know? So they found a way to get the people in on it to benefit from it that would normally be calling them out for how crappy it is. Which is why I respect, like, Dr. Disrespect, ironically enough. I respect Dr. Disrespect. Because he will just be like, I think he probably has a creator code, maybe, I don't know. But he, I'm sure, could get one if he wanted and benefit from that system. But he still is like, nope, this is pay to win bullshit. He just calls it out. Yeah, it's garbage. It's kind of refreshing, honestly, to hear somebody who streams that game be like, this sucks. But then again, everybody's been saying that Warzone sucks for ages. So I guess it's no shocker there. Yeah, what am I playing? Where is, hold on. There was a really funny video I just saw the other day. Dr. Disrespect Warzone Rage or something like that. It was just like him being sick and tired of Apex.
Guys, Doctor here. As you can tell, there is no game audio. We're doing the world's first ever no audio Warzone 2.0 win, and we're just getting started. Please like the video, subscribe to my channel where I've had nothing but a good time today.
And then we'll get the UAV.
What is that? Is that an inflatable?
God. Oh, I can't do this game any fucking more! It sucks! This game sucks!
Bear in mind, like, he plays this like all day, every day. I heard he quit Warzone again. Yeah, I think he's back to Tarkov or something. Like, he recently had a really bad tiff with it. It's just bad.
Doctor, you act like you're 11 years old. No, I don't. This game is literally built for 11-year-old kids. It's literally built. You see the gunplay? There is no fucking gunplay, man. Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh, dude, Z, get away from us. There's a million around us.
When you back up over here, all right.
Yeah. Hold on. Yes, sir. I'm coming right here. I mean, I shot his.
Oh shit!
Oh my god, the fucking
this game. Look at my car. I just got landed on by
Game is fucking atrocious. This game is atrocious. I can't stand it, man.
See, if you get
can't fucking hear anything.
$6,000.
The proximity chat integration is got to be the weirdest. Like, I don't know if whoever implemented proximity chat in this game. I don't know if I didn't know Phoenix Online did game design classes. I don't know. It's not. I don't know. Things just aren't thought out, man.
His brain is breaking. This is one of the things I've said to people, though. I appreciate everybody reaching out and asking for, like, advice on YouTube and streaming and stuff. I really do appreciate it. It's very humbling that you would come to me for advice. It's still baffling to me. But I have people reach out to me all the time, and they're like, hey, I want to be a streamer one day. Do you have any advice? Or I want to be a YouTuber one day. Do you have any advice? But for the people that want to be streamers, I always, like, really ask them to think it through. Like, I've been very fortunate that what types of streams I do and that we do here are pretty chill. And we don't play like one game day in, day out. I'm not a X game streamer. I'm not a Warzone streamer. I'm not a Fortnite streamer. I'm not a chess streamer. Like, we just kind of do whatever. But a lot of people only find success streaming in the opposite way, where they only find success if they're playing one game and one game only, or one type of game. And so for somebody like Nick Merckx or Tim the Tatman or Dr. Disrespect, he can't just stream, like, I don't know, some RTS He can't stream some sim game. Like, he's got to stream a shooter. That's all his audience really wants to see. And so it becomes like sort of a prison. It's weird. Like, you just can't do anything. It's odd. It's really odd. But some of these guys that have to play these games like 5-6 days a week for 12 hours straight, I don't care how good the game is. I think eventually you'll get sick of it. Those top dogs can stream whenever they want, but they still stream like 8 hours a day. Like Doc and Tim and Nick, they all stream like 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. And granted, they aren't playing nonstop through those. Like a lot of them are doing like 2 hours of just chatting, and then they'll do 6 hours of gameplay or something. Maybe an hour of reactions or whatever. So they shake it up. But still, like, even if you whittle that down, you're still playing for like 5 to 6 hours a day. And that's got to be like, yeah, does the money numb that? Oh, I'm sure it helps. I'm sure at this point when you've made it and you are taking in $5 to $10 million a year, yeah, I'm sure you don't care. I would play whatever crap they want if I was making $5-10 million a year. You better believe it. But with this, like, I think the problem is a lot of people have to grind to reach their level, and the only way you can grind on Twitch is by being the one that's streaming at all hours of the day. So there's people that will stream this game like 12 hours straight, and it just sounds miserable. Miserable. I don't know, like, when people tell me they want to do that, I'm like, careful what you wish for. Careful what you wish for. It starts to drive you pretty crazy, I would think. Like, you watch how his mind just starts to melt the more of this he has to play.
Fuck! There's nothing else to play. I want to play something. I want to have fun.
This is so relatable.
It's just muffling. Proximity.
I just tried it. I heard the guy too. I was trying to do it. That's just right.
Relatable. I just want to play something. I want to have fun. Call me crazy. And when Warzone came out, dude, it was fun. It was different. It was like a high quality game. And now, look at this crap. It's garbage. Dog water. It's terrible. Oh, man. What are you going to do, though? Would you say it's best to be a YouTuber before you're a streamer then, so you can build your brand, so to speak, so people know you aren't going to just stick to one game? Because I love to stream. What the CEO of Twitch said recently, and I'm not making this up, you can look it up. The CEO of Twitch came out and said the best way to, for sure, be successful on Twitch is to grow your audience on another platform and bring them to Twitch. The CEO of Twitch said that. So without a doubt, you should start probably on TikTok. Discoverability is great. Start on TikTok with like short, quick, zippy content that's funny, but make sure it's built around your personality. Because if it's built on like the game or gags or something, it's just not, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You've got to build it on your personality. Otherwise, people will not be coming to your TikTok or your stream for you. They'll be coming for the game, or they'll be coming for whatever your gimmick is. So you've got to shake it up and do something a little different. But you got to base it on yourself. OnlyFans to Twitch, yeah, you'd probably be successful on that too. It's just Twitch, you can't grow. YouTube, it's a lot easier to grow, but also like YouTube isn't magic. YouTube, you still have to be making videos. You have to have something that's going to help you grow. And that's why TikTok, I think, has become a vital part of this process for a lot of people. For a lot of people. Like, it's very crucial. I hope we can be as happy as we were when we were kids playing literally anything we could get our hands on any piece of crap hardware. Yeah, Well, you know, part of it is when you get older, you start to get a little pickier. That's part of it, I think. Secondly, like, I think as you get older, you've also experienced a lot more games. So, like, you know what's good, you know what's bad. Like, I've tried a lot of games. I know what the garbage looks like, and I know what the great stuff looks like. So I'm pickier now than I used to be. You know? Do you have a gaming laptop? I do. I use it to play games and record them upstairs when I'm watching like the baby and stuff. It's like an MSI something. It has a 3070 in it. It's a good tank. It's a good tank of a laptop. It's got like a, I think 144 hertz 1080p display, but I record the footage in 1080p. So somebody did notice, actually. Somebody noticed on one of my videos. I think it was on Dying Light 2. That's what it was. Dying Light 2. I played a lot of that on that laptop, and they were able to notice when I swapped between my gaming PC and the gaming laptop. They could tell the difference in quality and resolution. So they were like, oh, I saw that. I saw that. Which is, I mean, it's kind of funny that they were able to spot it, but. Okay. Dying Light 2 was so mid. There was just a lot of weird stuff with that game. Weird little design choices that didn't really stack up to make something horrible, but little stuff that stacked up to make it just feel weird. What is this about the Resident Evil 4 remake? There's something about that. Exclusive coverage trailer. Yeah, what is this about? Something about Resident Evil 4? I don't know. Do I have a Mac? I do have a MacBook for writing. Oh, no QuickTime events? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I do have a MacBook that it's like the baseline of the baseline MacBook, and I just use it for writing scripts and doing stuff like whenever I travel, so I don't have to lug anything else around. Because the battery life on that thing is stupid. I charge it like once a week and a half, and I use it almost every day. The battery life's ridiculous. Okay. Yeah, Resident Evil 4. Okay, here, let's look at this. Oh, what do you think about the Cyberpunk DLC? I think it looks great. We haven't seen enough details to really know if it's going to be different from the base game, but it's, from what we've seen, I mean, it looks badass. But I'm going to be going into that pretty skeptical because the last thing they did was like borderline criminal. So I will be very cautious when evaluating that. Stream is doing the buffering thing, killing me. Oh man, dude. I don't know. Some people have been having major problems with that today, but it sounds like 80+% haven't had any issues. But next stream for Friday, I guess it would be, we will try streaming in a slightly larger delay, so it won't buffer as bad. That's at least the thought. Okay, real quick. Resident Evil 4 Remake is removing QuickTime events and adding side quests. Okay. I've never played Resident Evil 4, so I need you guys in chat to tell me if this is an L, if this is a W, like what is this? Because I don't actually know. They share new details on the upcoming RE4 remake. This includes confirmation that it will remove QuickTime events, add side quests, and introduce breakable knives. Oh, yay. I love breakable knives. Capcom provided a better idea of what fans can expect from the highly anticipated remake in a new cover story for Game Informer. The most significant change from the remake is that there will be no QuickTime events. I'm assuming that was a big part of the previous games. WW don't know, was a huge part of the game. Colossal W, big W, massive W. RE4 was one of the games that did QuickTime events right. Sounds like a huge L. Oh. So there's a little There's a little bit of debate. Okay, interesting. I mean, personally, I would prefer more like cinematic stuff. I'm not opposed to QuickTime events, but if they're sacrificing it for cinematic quality, I'm fine with that. But also, if it was something that was like well known to be really, really egregious, I'm fine with them reworking it. But then again, like I said, I haven't played this one, so I don't actually know. Maybe it's going to be... now, that's an L. Gave it some of that Capcom charm. Well, it's got to be tough doing a remake like this, because it's a balancing act between living up to people's expectations of a remake and also being true to the original. Like, we talked a lot about The Last of Us Part 1 when they remade, quote-unquote, that, and it was just the last game. Like, it was the first game, but it was a remaster, let's be completely honest. They replaced models and textures and stuff, but it was a remaster. Like, stop even trying to do that with me. Whereas we've seen other remakes where they add, like, the Dead Space remake is a great example, where they like add different rooms to it, where they've changed how the map works, where they have reworked the zero gravity sections, and like they've changed stuff, but it's significantly complemented the original vision and even enhanced it. And I think that's what we should come to expect from remakes that take the original and amplify it. I don't think you have to do just a one-for-one remake, because there is some stuff that just hasn't aged well with games. Like I tried one game it came back in the like 90s. No, it was early 2000s. But they had it so if you wanted to aim, like you moved with the left joystick, and if you wanted to aim your gun, you had to like hold down R2, aim with the D-pad, and then hit like X to fire. Like, it was horrible. It was horrible. And like, if you're saying that changing that, you know, I've heard some people say that they shouldn't rework controls, they shouldn't redo anything like that. They should be true to the original vision. But I'm like, honestly, the original vision was to make a game that was really good and that also had the best controls for the time that they had. But now the standard for control has changed, so I think it's fine to bring that up. And nowadays, people don't really like having tons of QuickTime events in their cinematic thriller horror games, so they're going to remove them. Like, I don't see the huge problem with that thought process, at least. I don't think that's horrible. What does QuickTime events, or what do QuickTime events actually add to a game, though? The scene will play out the same every time, except you're mashing buttons. There isn't any kind of bonus or anything like in Bayonetta, etc. My understanding is the idea is basically that it adds input to the player, so the player is involved in the activity or in the scene now. So you can't just passively absorb the content. You know, it's why, like, Naughty Dog, we just had this problem actually with Forspoken, which is probably the clearest example. Where in Forspoken, there's multiple moments where you will come out of a cutscene and the dialogue will continue, but you can't walk until, like, the dialogue's over. So you're just standing there, like, waiting for the dialogue to stop, and then you can walk forward. Whereas with, like, for example, with something, I mean, even just The Last of Us Part 2 or Uncharted 4 or any of those games had moments which were like whole conversations where you're following along somebody, where you're walking with somebody, and so it involves you in the activity. You're no longer passively engaging in the activity, you're part of it. And it's a conversation you're not technically having, but because you're doing the basic input of left stick forward, moving the camera around a little bit, looking around, that small difference in input activity and participation for the player greatly improves the feeling of it. It totally is, guys. I just tried to boot up Cyberpunk, and the power draw for that graphics card is so high, it's causing the UPS to freak out. That's totally what it is. Because it was specifically when I pulled this up. And then I Alt F4 and it stops. The power draw is too high. So I've got to plug this PC into a separate port in order for it to not freak out the UPS. That's freaking hilarious. It's such a meaty boy that it will like flip breakers if I don't handle it properly. That's ridiculous. I mean, I heard stories of how much power the 4090 took. I wanted to try Cyber. You know what? I guess we're gonna have to wait till Friday. Friday we'll break it in. We'll test the 4090. If you guys have any games you want me to test it on, like the meaty PC, we can download those and try them on the PC. But that's freaking hilarious. That's awesome. I booted up Apex last night to just see, because it was the only game that had installed at that point. So I booted up Apex, and it was at like 35-40% utilization to run at 4K, no DLSS, 144 hertz for Apex arenas. Like, this thing didn't break a sweat to do that at native 4K 60 or native 4K 144. So I guess I just didn't push it to its limits with something like this. Did you overclock that bad boy? Very minimally, but a little, yeah. Just a little. Just enough to keep it honest, you know. Try Minesweeper? Yeah. Can it play Crysis? Who knows? Can it play Forspoken? Probably not. Probably not. Do a Furmark test? When I get it plugged in, I could totally do a Furmark test, yeah. Apex is well optimized. No, it's very well done. They were having major server issues recently, but it seems like they sorted it out. But there was a period where, like, straight up, you could not play 5 minutes of Apex without serious hitching just from that. Yeah, we can try Hogwarts on it next week. Yep, you better believe it. That's the thing is, if they send me like a PS5 code, if I even get a code, but if they send me a PS5 code, I'm going to be also getting a PC copy because I want to see what this thing looks like. Maxed out. Maxed out. Do you have Spider-Man for PC? Yes, I do. I do not have it installed, but I do have that. Oh, it's under Marvel Spider-Man, isn't it? Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, Spider-Man Remastered, and Spider-Man Miles Morales. Got both. I can add that. Any others we should test on Friday? What's a really demanding game that we could just really crank? We could do The Witcher 3 Remaster. I don't know. Arkham Knight? Oh, we could do Arkham Knight. Batman Arkham Knight. I'll install that. Callisto Protocol? We could do Callisto Protocol. AC Unity is a good one. AC Unity would be funny. I was like, ooh, Elden Ring, but Elden Ring is capped at 60, so you can't even test, like, can't even do that. Just Cause 4, Frogger. Yeah, Valhalla. Only joking. Yeah, you're going to make me corrupt this PC by downloading that? How dare you? AC Odyssey. Oh, yeah, we could totally do AC Odyssey. I think that would be a good one. Power Wash Simulator. Oh, Pajama Sam. You always need Pajama Sam. Oh, for real. Red Dead Online or GTA Online. Right into the absolute chaos. Well, apparently, didn't they just recently have like a major bug in GTA Online where like if you logged in, you were getting doxxed? Like they had a bot in the lobbies that was doing that. I'm pretty sure that was a thing. The end of days for GTA Online. Cheaters permanently banning accounts.
And gentlemen, boys and girls, when I say the end of days for GTA Online are happening, it is most definitely happening.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone?
So to kick things off, this happened yesterday. Tez2 tweeted out this. New extreme exploits
Yeah, this is what I
allowing
saw.
cheaters to remotely add/remove/modify your stats and permanently corrupt your account, aka ban/delete.
What?
And Mr. Tez2 was
You could, like, hackers could permanently get your account banned because they were able to hack in and change your account stats. So, like, they could just hop on and set your running to, like, 6,000, which can't happen. So then the server bans you permanently. And then your Rockstar account is permanently banned. Like, this is a multi-billion-dollar company, and they can't figure this out. Like, I've enjoyed GTA Online. I played it with some friends. We got really into it for a little bit. And we only ever played on private servers because it's so toxic going into any public one. I don't know how you play at public servers. I really don't know. I just deleted GTA Online after hearing this news. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Like, I don't think you can play it publicly, which is unbelievable. Like, here's an online game. Also, don't play it online or you'll be totally screwed.
nice enough to give us examples of what this is and what this looks like. And as you can see on this screenshot, you can literally add rank, unlocks, add sports, or look at this special one, corrupt account. On top of that, you can remove money, give money up to 15 million at a time. Can't even believe this is actually a thing on GTA. And just to clarify, this is exclusively on PC. For now, anyways. Apparently, cheaters on PC can even access certain stuff, for example, like the calculator, on people's machines. And the sad thing is, this will only keep getting worse. As of now, I would not recommend playing GTA Online on PC. Tez2 also said, it's now essential you have a firewall rule installed while playing until Rockstar properly addresses this new exploit.
That's unreal. You have to go into your firewall and set up a specific rule so that the game can't, like, send you data that you aren't allowing. That's insane. Like,
so now let's dive deep.
And they can use the calculator on your computer without your consent. Like, what else can they see? What else can they get? That's unbelievable. Me literally playing GTA Online as you speak. That, I mean, that's spooky. Are you playing it on console? Hopefully. I don't know if they fix this. They might have fixed it by now.
Into the other issues. The first one is the orbital cannon spam. That is right, the orbital cannon spam glitch is back. If you guys do not know what the orbital cannon spam glitch is, it's pretty much when a user can shoot the orbital cannon repeatedly without any cooldowns and kill whoever they want. So yeah, that's fun. The next issue, and of course is the fan favorite, is there are a ton, and I mean a ton, of God mode glitches. You have the normal God mode, you have God mode with anti-ragdoll, you have off the radar God mode, you even have off the radar without God mode, vehicle God mode, and of
multi-billion-dollar company, by the way.
Of course, you can't forget the God mode Speedo. I'm pretty sure there's other God mode glitches that I'm not listing, but it's getting quite ridiculous. On top of that, Xbox players have a thing that's called the input glitch. Pretty much at any point in time you're playing GTA Online, your controller pretty much just stops working with the inputs, so you can't drive or press start or anything like that. So you have to go and restart your entire GTA Online and load back up. Isn't that one?
Which for GTA Online, you know, only will take 15 to 35 minutes. You know, really not a big deal.
Wonderful.
I love it.
But wait, it gets better. Crew stealing and social club account stealing is still a thing. Wow. Who would have guessed? People literally go and find a social club account that they want and they pretty much can have it. You can't do anything to fight against it. You pretty much just have to hope nobody comes after you and steals your social club account.
Did I just hear that right?
But wait, you thought it was over? The RC sticky bomb glitch. Ah, yes. The best choice for people who don't know how to actually fight. Pretty much the RC glitch allows you to throw C4s, aka sticky bombs, from your RC car, and you don't blow up, and you can continuously keep doing this. And these are just some of the main big issues that myself, along with other GTA content creators, and of course you guys, have to deal with when you guys log on to GTA Online. And Rockstar still refuses to fix anything. So like I said at the start, it is really the end of days for GTA Online. PC GTA Online has turned into a horror game, and on console GTA Online, you have all those issues that I listed previously.
I'm very curious to hear your guys' thoughts.
I mean, maybe this is just a sign that they really are working on getting GTA 6 out. Maybe it's a positive. Let's try to be optimistic. But more likely, this just shows like the complacency of a giga corporation where they don't need to fix anything because it will still print money regardless. There's no pressures on them to fix it because people will still play it and still spend ridiculous amounts of money on it. Like, it's unbelievable that this is a thing. Like, I'm baffled. It needs to go away. It just makes so much money. But like, this is how it's been for ages. As far as I can remember, they've always had major problems with hackers, with exploits. They've never fixed it. And this game has made more money than any game in human history. Like, it makes me really hope with GTA 6 online, whatever that looks like, that they really do have it built from the ground up to anticipate this stuff and fight against it. But I'm just baffled. Like, you would think they could have built this in a way that was a little bit more robust when it came to fighting off this stuff. I'm not a software engineer. I have no idea how this stuff works. But I would think that there would be some sort of automated system you could put in where it's like, hey, somebody just fired this gun without the cooldown. Instantly ban them. Like, hardware bans. Put in hardware bans. Because most of these hackers, that's how they play the game. Their fun is in trolling other people and griefing them. So, like, why not just do that? Like, but then again, at this point, why would they fix it when they can just save all of that money and time and put it into the next thing? This is crappy. There's no servers, they can't do it. Of course, yeah. It's just ridiculous. There's a third-party software made by fans to help counter hackers on PC. Dude, well, it's funny because that's like the same attitude that Bethesda has, but with Rockstar, everybody has this perception that Rockstar is like really, really all about polish and refinement and stuff, which in their single-player games they absolutely are. But with the online stuff, they've just maybe it was polished. I don't know. Did any of you guys play it back when it first came out? Was it originally like pretty solid and polished and then it just started falling apart? Because it has been a thing for like a decade. So maybe it is that it's just gotten away from them and now it's so broken and it's been so long that they can't fix it. I mean, it might honestly be that simple. No, it's never been good. It's always been like this. Pretty ass still back in the day. Okay. So it's been a thing. Weird. It was bad at launch. Oh man. Yeah, I hope they figure it out for the next one. Never even tried. They didn't have to. That's what's crazy. They didn't have to try and they still made more money than any game in human history. That's what's really upsetting. It just works. Yeah, exactly. Oh God. Oh God. Jack, Luke, bit of a random question, but how did you decide what you wanted to do with your life? Feeling quite lost at the moment. I have an idea, but it's a controversial one, i.e. drama. Well, Jack, I mean, it's a good question. I would say, you know, there's two sides of it. For one, like, you want to obviously be comfortable in life. So, like, I would love to be an actor. I would love to be a movie star or something, go to LA and live that up and be a millionaire and drive the fancy cars, whatever. But there is like a real consideration for practicality, because it is like, okay, the success rate is 0.001% roughly for actors trying to make it. So it's like, okay, well, how do we balance out those two things? Well, one way you could do it is, you know, you try to find something that you're good at that you can market and make money with. I realized pretty early on that, for one, I liked entertaining people. Two, I was a very analytical person. And three, I liked games. So I kind of put the three together and then made this YouTube channel entertaining people by analyzing games. Boom, it works. It ties together. So I think, like, I just tried to break down something that I was good at and I enjoyed, and then figure out how I can market that and make money from it. and then do that. And it happened to work out, but it took a long time. And, you know, I was doing this for a long time without making any money on the grind. And it's only recently, like, and when I say recently, I mean the last like 7 months that we've actually been fairly financially comfortable. It took a long time. However, I think a lot of it is identifying those things and then chasing it. Like it's about figuring out what works and what you are passionate about, and then relentlessly chasing it in an intelligent way. Some people misunderstand that and think like, oh, I want to be an actor. That's great. You can do it. If you work your ass off, you can probably do it. I won't promise you that you'll get rich, because you probably won't if we're looking at odds. I won't promise that you'll be in the next or an upcoming Marvel movie, because, you know, odds are you probably won't. But you can make a living doing commercials and stuff. I know people who have made livings doing commercials. One of the people I did plays with, Jonathan Farwell, he was in Star Trek, and he also like did commercials for like eyeglass companies because he had really profound eyebrows. And, you know, he lived a good long life doing commercial work and doing the occasional soap opera and sitcom and stuff. And he just grinded it out and he worked his ass off on it. But, you know, there was like 15 years of pretty miserable work where he was working like waiting tables and working at a coffee shop. And, you know, he was extremely frugal as well, which is the other key. A lot of people who are younger think that they can live like a rock star without having, well, the income of a rock star. And so you see these young kids who are, you know, spending ridiculous amounts of money through credit card debt and all this other stuff. And then they end up drowning in debt and they have to give up on their dreams because they can't afford to live anymore. So if you chase your dreams in a smart way, you can actually usually achieve them. But a lot of people chase their dreams in stupid ways and end up drowning in debt from their past decisions, which is the bigger problem. But I would say chase it. You know, if you've got something that you want to make happen, you can do it. You just have to relentlessly chase it in an intelligent way. And you can do it. Like, I'm kind of proof that you can do it. It took a long time, really long time. But I mean, I've been making videos on gaming stuff since like 2014. Then I took like a 1.5, 2-year break, where I was trying to make vlogs and stuff, and it was all horrible. And then I came back and I started doing gaming stuff again in like 2016. But it's been a long grind to get to where I am today. It's not going to be quick and easy, but you can do it. It's just, you got to be hungry. You got to be hungry. Jan, you know what I tell aspiring actors? Big Mac and a large soda, please. That's brutal. Yeah, I'd like a water and the number 4. Yeah. Wow, that's pretty good. I mean, I say that because, like, if you find this stuff interesting, I think it's Hammer is his last name. Yeah. If you've heard of this guy, he's on TikTok. I've been following him for ages, since he just started. And what he does is he'll interview people. He also does a ton of TikToks. I highly recommend you sub to him. But he is a guy that lives in Austin, and then he sits down with people from all different walks of life and does what are called financial audits. And there's a lot of like aspiring actors and like people who want to be models and stuff who he has come in and he talks to them, and they just have unbelievable financial situations, like to the point where it's straight up like delusional, where they think that they're going to be a movie star or a musician that's a millionaire, and they just have no perception of reality. It's crazy. Good night, Rocky. Get some rest. Get some sleep. And it's thoroughly entertaining, but you also see a lot of people who have gotten themselves in a corner and they don't know what to do because there is no solution. There's no quick answer. Let me see. Does he have like one of his... Oh yeah,
Very wishy-washy. Which is why I'm terrified about that school thing.
No, I think if there's a reason for me to quit is I learned what I needed to learn, and then I'm done.
Well, I think
you get hired with a certificate. We'll get back.
His plan is way better. His plan of going to like massage school, like going to school.
But did you hear what he just said? If
No,
he
I
thinks he has learned what he needs to learn, that's when he'll quit.
But like, if I have an
you get
opportunity,
hired because of the certification.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to have a real job. I'm trying to stream. I'm trying to learn skills on stream and then teach other people those skills.
You gave me so much hope there at the beginning.
What?
Please
I don't
take
want
it
a real
away.
job. I just
Please
want
don't take it away.
skills.
I don't want a real job. I want skills. Meanwhile, this guy also spends the entire episode going on and on about how money is not a real concept. So Caleb, the financial advisor dude, not official financial advisor, but he will go, so dude, you have no money, and you, like in the last episode, he said that he was taking his mom's credit card to buy things because he couldn't afford them because he didn't have a job. And he's like, yeah, that's not cool. He's like, well, man, money's not a real thing. Money's a concept made by men. It's like, cool story, bro. But it's still like, money's still a thing. You still have to pay for stuff. Like, get over yourself. It's like unbelievable. But the whole time, like, this guy's whole problem is that he wants to be a streamer and be a millionaire streamer, do whatever he wants. But he doesn't want to work for anything. He doesn't want to get a real job while he chases that dream. He doesn't want to like acknowledge that he's got to fix this other stuff and get his life in order. And by the way, his stream is him on Twitch on his phone driving around doing stuff. Like, he'll just turn the stream on and then he just like walks around and does his day-to-day and doesn't talk to chat, doesn't like check it. He just sets like his phone down and keeps streaming. It's also against TOS to stream while driving, so it's not allowed. So he's already breaking the TOS. And the girl he has on here, I didn't recognize her, but apparently she's a streamer who is pretty successful. But she is a Twitch streamer, and she's like, yeah, you can't do that. That's against TOS. You'll get banned permanently. There goes your dreams of streaming. And he's like, I don't follow rules, man. Like, I just want to do what I want. They're like, cool, but get over yourself. If you want to do this thing, you have to follow the rules of that thing. Like, it's not that complicated. But a lot of people act like this. A lot of people have his attitude where they want to do something great, but they don't want to put their head down and work a little bit. Like, I wanted to do the YouTube gaming thing for years. But guess what I did in the meantime? I was working in commercial real estate. I was driving an hour and a half to work every day to go and work in a job that was pretty soul crushing to try and make money while I kept grinding up the YouTube stuff. Do you think I enjoyed that? Not really. I was very thankful for the opportunity. I still love those guys I worked with, but it just, like, it was not something I enjoyed. It was a job that was pretty miserable. Slightly verbally abusive at times. That's a separate issue. Like, there was a guy that worked there, and you know, I won't even go into it, but like, there were some people there. Anyway, but a lot of people don't want to do that. They just want to walk in and get the dream job, and that's it. So, Maurer, what's with the haircut? Is it 2009 again? Yeah, he's definitely got that vibe. Thank you for the 6, by the way. It's just, yeah, he's got that Shane Dawson 2011 look. You were being verbally abused? Oh yeah. Oh, it's yeah. I won't go into it, but there were times where I was like, you know what, screw this. But I didn't have a choice. Like, I could say screw this, lose that job, or quit, or do whatever, and then move on, and be very financially unstable, or I could go and chase it and be potentially very successful. But you know, sometimes if you want to be successful in life, you can chase your dreams, but usually while you're chasing your dreams, you also have to suck it up and be a responsible adult, which kind of sucks. If you're rich independently, then it's not a big deal. But like, I know somebody who's very, very well off and could go and become an actor. in LA that have their rent paid for by mommy and daddy could go and just, do that thing and be totally fine. Very financially comfortable because there's no risk involved for them, right? They don't have to work at McDonald's. They don't have to do the waiter thing. They could go to 15 times more auditions because they have the money from mommy and daddy. They could just go do it. But they're still here in northern Colorado after years. I've known them for years, like going on 6 years. And they've never done it. They could. Zero effort. It would be super easy. Just move to LA. Just go do it. But even with that crutch, they haven't developed the character or the discipline to just go and do it. Which is why, like, unironically, like, I know it's cringe. It's like a meme at this point. It's a meme. I listened to this video back in the day in 2015, and I actually found it very motivational. I actually was like, yeah, no, he's right. Do you remember this?
Do it!
RIP headphone users. Sorry.
It! Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just do it! Some people dream of success while you're gonna wake up and work hard at it. Nothing is impossible. You should get to the point where anyone else would quit, and you're not gonna stop there. No, what are you waiting for? Do it! Just do it! Yes, you can! Just do it! If you're tired of starting over, stop giving up.
The finisher. I forgot about the finisher. It's so good. But he's right. There's so many people who dream. Shut up about your dreams and go do it. Bitches, go do it. You want to be a YouTuber? Shut up and do it. You want to be a content creator? Go create content. Stop telling me about how you want to do it. Just do it. You can do it. But you have to go do it. There's always a million reasons not to do something. There's always a billion reasons to come up with excuses why I have to wait till tomorrow or next week. I got to get a better camera. I got to get a better microphone. No, shut up. Go do it now. Stop it. Pause the stream, mute the stream, close the tab. I don't care. Go make your dreams come true. Go do it now. You can do it. It's not that hard. But guess what? That small barrier of just starting is where like 95% of people stop. They just never start. So of course they don't cross the finish line. But you can do it. Anyway, so when I heard Shia LaBeouf going off like this, I was like, yeah, no, he's right. He's right. If you want to do it, do it. This was right around the time, 2015, going into like, I was just graduating high school, and I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. And I was like, I want to do the YouTube thing. I want to be a YouTuber and streamer, and I want people to like come into my live streams and hang out with me, and I want to make videos that lots of people see. I was like, okay, yeah, I'll just do it. And then meanwhile, it took a long time, a lot of grinding. It's like, yeah, put my head down and we did it. We're doing it now. How old am I? I'm 25. 25. I'm not going to lie, I love the whole concept of making real money off of social media platforms. Well, one day there will be more people streaming and making content rather than standard jobs. I mean, the idea is that eventually, like, creative endeavors are not easily automated. Like, that's the word I was looking for, automated. So, I don't think it's a matter of if, but when they get to the point where we have like automation through androids, where manual labor is basically a thing of the past. It'll be jobs meant more for, jobs, quote unquote, but it'll be jobs based on entertainment and personalities that will mainly carry over. So, it might be the case, but I would say eventually jobs like, farming and manual labor, construction, all of that stuff, trucking, everything is eventually going to be whittled out, probably in the next like 60, 70 years. I would say there is something to be said. Like, not everybody can make it as a streamer. Not everybody can make it as a YouTuber. That is true. There are some people who just don't have personalities for it. There's some people who are just unlikable psychopaths. There are some people who are just nasty. Those people, I mean, even those people sometimes make it as streamers. Let's be real. Like, most big streamers are kind of awful people. But, yeah, there's some people that will not make it and will not be successful. But guess what? Most of those people who will never make it are the ones that never start trying. So you should be one of the people that starts to try. I feel attacked again. You are so mature for your age, totally not a groomer. Oh, you're fine, Mohammed. And I do appreciate that. I mean, I've gotten that since I was a kid. I don't know why. People are like, you're so mature for your age. I'm like, I'm 12. Shut up. I just never got the, like, I guess it ties into another thing we talked about. Yeah, thank you for coming to Luke's TED Talk. Well, I have one more tidbit for the TED Talk before I wrap it up. I don't think this is a hot take at all. I don't think you have a right to be stupid. I don't think you have a right to that. It's why I get like physically upset at people when I find out that they've done something really stupid. Because I think you owe it not just to yourself, but the people around you, to your community and society as a whole, to make the proper decision when given adequate information to make an informed decision. So like, if you have the tools to understand that like credit card debt will kill you financially and could ruin your prospects and possibility of ever owning a house or a nice car or achieving those other dreams or goals that you have, if you understand credit card debt is a horrible thing and you have the capacity not to do it, but then you still do it, like that was an objectively stupid thing to do. And I'm saying this as somebody who racked up a ton of credit card debt in college. Like, that was an objectively stupid thing of me to do. And I'm just now digging myself out of it. But it took a long time. But I don't think you have a right to be stupid. And what I see so often, like, that kid that we just watched the video of, where he, like, is saying he's going to go get a degree in, like, massage therapy. Thank you, Joaquin. Thank you for that. Becoming a member. Appreciate you. Like, he wants to go get a massage therapy degree is what it was. But he said if he gets sick of the classes, he'll just quit. It's like, yeah, I won't go because I'm more interested in the knowledge of it. It's like, that's objectively stupid. You need the certification to make more money, to get your job so you can start paying for stuff so you can go chase this other dream you have. That's objectively a dumb thing to do, would be to quit that job or quit that education just because you didn't feel like it anymore. That's dumb. That's a stupid thing to do. I'm going to call you stupid, and I'm going to get offended on your behalf because you don't seem to care. Drives me crazy. Oh. Insane asylums, then? Stupid people ain't going away. Yeah, I don't. It's upsetting. It's upsetting. It happens with, like, you know, I have a. I'm not going to say their name. But if they ever saw this, they would know who they are. I know somebody from high school. I wouldn't call them a friend. They're more an acquaintance. We never hung out. We don't talk. It's somebody I know of, like an acquaintance from high school. But he went to a private college out of high school for his first 2 years. It's just a private school. He liked it. He really liked the campus. He thought it was beautiful. He liked the people there. He thought it was going to be a good fit. He went there, and, you know, I was going around doing my bits and bops at community college because it was way cheaper, and I didn't really know for sure which field I wanted to go into yet. And one day, I am, like, out at a restaurant, and I see this guy. And it was, like, you know, middle of the semester. It was probably, like, October or something. So there's no reason he would be here. And this school he was at, the private school, was, like, off in, like, Virginia or somewhere. So, it was weird to see him. And I saw him. And he came over, he saw me, and we caught up for a second. I was like, yeah, what's up? I mean, why, like, not saying it's not nice to see you, but why are you here? I thought you were in Virginia or wherever it was. And he's like, yeah, no, I went for 3 semesters. I thought it was fine, but the coursework was really heavy. I just didn't have any free time, and it was just wasn't a good time. So I came back. You know, I'm glad I'm not going to get rid of the time. I really appreciate the time I spent there, but, you know, I do wish I could have gotten rid of that $50,000 in student loan debt I have now. I was shook. He went to a school, a private school, didn't graduate, left without a degree because he didn't like it. He just wasn't having fun. And now has $50,000 of debt for nothing. For a year and a half of screwing around. That is an objectively stupid thing to do. And that pisses me off. That pisses me off. You know, it's like, I was like, okay, so maybe your failure in life is like your tax for stupidity. You know, like there's always the joke people make about the lottery. People are like, oh, the lottery is a tax on the financially illiterate or the mathematically illiterate, because the odds of you making money in the lottery with like the Mega Millions, you literally have higher odds of finding a large amount of money on the street while walking than you do of winning the lottery. Like, there is no question. Mathematically, if you buy a Mega Millions ticket, you might as well light the money on fire. Like, it's clearly a waste. And like, you know, so people joke that it's like, it's a tax on the financially ill-informed or the mathematically illiterate. Some people say it's like a stupid person tax. I don't say that, because I think it really is. People just don't understand the sheer level that it's stacked against you. And I don't think being ill-informed or being uninformed is the same as stupidity. I think if you honestly don't know, then that, like, I don't shame you. Like the thing with the student loans, some people honestly don't understand the student loan situation. Some people honestly don't understand the credit card stuff. They just honestly have never had it explained to them. And the credit card companies and the student loan debt companies, they do that intentionally. Like they intentionally want you not to understand it so that you take out more and they make more money. It's evil. It's evil. And I don't fault those people. But somebody like this kid that I knew from high school, I know for a fact he's a very smart cookie. He was in like Calc 3 when we graduated. He was a smart guy. He knew what that debt was going to do to him. He knew that it was dumb to leave school without a degree just because he wasn't having fun anymore. And yet he still did it. And that is an objectively stupid thing to do. And that pisses me off. You know, it's really, really dumb. So I guess, I don't know if that's a hot take. I honestly don't know, but that's my hot take. Going to a trade school, much better nowadays. The vast majority of people graduating in college, especially liberal arts, not working in their area of expertise. Yes, honestly, I would not go to college if you're going to get a liberal arts degree. I know that might be mean. I know some of you probably have liberal arts degrees. I'm not saying you were stupid for doing that. I'm not saying that at all. My wife has a theater degree, you know, like I get it. But nowadays, especially with the rates so high, your student loan debt is going to be insane if you get a liberal arts degree and put it on debt. It's going to be insane. And we're headed into a recession. It's going to be a real tough time finding a job to pay for all of that. So, you know, going to one of those trade schools is a great way to go, because there are lots of jobs day one. And it's way cheaper to go to those schools. You know. Hot take. Yeah, let me hear your hot takes. Thank God for my GI Bill. Yeah, the GI Bills, well, see, that's an exception where it's like, okay, boom, there. Yeah, I don't think that's stupid at all then. If you have GI Bill, if you have the money to pay for it outright, or if you have like a grandmother who wanted to pay for it for you, that all changes the equation for sure. I still don't understand why college in the U.S. is so expensive. Michael, it's basically because the federal government guaranteed the loans so that everybody could go to college. And as a result of that, now, effectively what happened is that the student loan lenders and then the colleges realized no matter what we charge, the federal government will guarantee the loans. Even if they default, we'll still get our money. So we can just charge whatever we want. And so now it's the same problem with American like medicine and how expensive it is. Because when the insurance guarantees the payment, you can charge whatever you want and it will still be paid. Even if the medicine you're talking about costs you $5, you can charge $6,000 because the insurance company will pay for it no matter what. You know, it's the height of corruption and villainy, really, at the end of the day. Jazar, 2-year community college, 2-year university finance degree. It warmed my heart when you spoke NPV and discounted rate earlier today. Oh no, it's scrolling up. Hold on, let me pull it back up. And discount rate earlier today. Graduated a job with a job at Pfizer with $17K in debt. Good return on investment. Yeah, dude, for real. That's really good. And you see that's exactly like college when it's working. You go to community college, knock out the first 2 years, which are a total joke anyways. And then you go to a 2-year, you go for 2 years to a university to get the degree that's going to actually show the diploma or show on the diploma. You get the finance degree, you do an internship, you get a good job at a big company with good benefits. You pay off the debt as quickly as you can, and then, you know, you just move on. Oh my God. Okay. That is a hot take. Hold on. I just read one of those. College degree is not all that great. Learn drywalling or driving a forklift. You have pretty good wages and always will find a job. I think it also depends where you are. I know some people that work like manual labor and do like handyman stuff and construction stuff. And at least in Colorado, it's extremely difficult to be competitive because if you are like, there's no good way to describe it, but basically there's a large population of people who are undocumented and don't pay income tax. As a result, like, they don't file taxes at all. According to the government, those people basically don't exist because they're not on the payroll sheets. The government doesn't see them, doesn't tax them. So those people are able to do work for you, manual labor stuff for you, and they can charge less because they're not paying taxes. They're not doing any of that. So they just can come in, undercut the market of, like, you know, the regular guys that are just trying to do it according to the rules, and they get undercut and then they don't get jobs. So like, I know somebody, like I said, who does handyman stuff, and he started to find it extremely difficult to find work because there's all of these people that are coming in and can just undercut his prices because they aren't factoring in all the stuff that he has to account for. So it can be tough. I'm sure in some areas of the world or even of the US, jobs like drywalling and that type of thing are pretty safe bets. I'm thinking normally like welding, I know, is something that's extremely in demand. Welding, plumbing, electrician stuff. That stuff is very, very in demand, and you'll always make money that way. So that's always a safe bet, I think. Have a parent that works at a university. One of the benefits was free tuition. Lived at home, paid $0 for university. Couldn't pick the school I went to, but that was the only downside. Oh, but that's baller. Yeah, I know somebody. I went to college with somebody who their uncle and father were professors at the university. One of his uncle was my finance professor, and I don't think I ever told this story, but he's a really funny guy. He's very short. He's like 4'10", but he comes into class, and he always had this policy where if you're like, I think he probably could have gotten in trouble for this, so I'm not going to say his name, but he's like a very funny guy. But his whole thing was that if you did a good job, he would always joke with you, and he would kind of give you a shout out in class, but also humiliate you. So one time he asked a question, and it was some question, I think it was a trending news topic, you know, and I was subscribed to Bloomberg at the time, so I could see the Bloomberg news articles on my phone when they popped up. And so like maybe 10 minutes before class, a news story broke about something. And so we walked into class, and the professor, like, we all get settled, and the professor goes, okay, who knows what just happened on Wall Street with so-and-so company? I don't remember. And I raised my hand. He's like, yes, Luke, what's up? And I told him, and it was right. And he's like, yeah, that's very, very good, Luke. I'm surprised you knew that. You follow the news? I was like, yep, I've got it on my phone. He's like, awesome. Is your mother still alive? What? I was like, yes, my mom's still alive. Okay, is she awake about this time? Because I always took classes in the early morning, so it was like 7 a.m. And I was like, yeah, probably. She's probably awake. He's like, okay, why don't you call her right now? Put it on speaker. Excuse me. Yeah, just call her up real quick. Put her on speaker. I want to tell her something. It's like, I'll play along. And so I pulled out my phone. I called my mom. I put it on speaker. And she's like, hello. I was like, hey, Mom, one of my professors wants to ask you a question. She's like, okay. And then the professor just came over and took the phone, goes back up to the front of the class. Is like, hello, Mrs. Looks at my name tag, Stevens. I just wanted to let you know that your son is doing a very good job in my class, answered the question correctly, and I think he deserves a big pat on the back, and we're all very, very proud of him, aren't we, class? Everybody in class, aren't we proud of him? Then he starts mimicking hand clapping, so everybody claps. She's dying of laughter. And he's like, yeah, we just want to let you know that you have a wonderful day, Mrs. Stevens. We'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye. He hangs up, brings me my phone back. And it was like, I was just not ready for it. I was like, just casually, like, you answer a question right? Oh, good. Yes, that is the answer to the question. Is your mom still alive? I was like, who does that? Who does that? He's a hilarious, hilarious person. It's just outrageous. One time he did it for a kid. It was the same thing. It was probably like, weeks had gone by. Everybody had kind of forgotten about it. And another kid answered a question and he did the same thing where he's like, is your mother alive? And he was like, yep. But like this kid, I could see it on his face immediately. This kid knew that his mom would not find it funny at all. And so the guy is like, your mom's still alive? Yeah, she is. Is she awake around this time? He's like, yeah. He's very nervous. He's like, why don't you call her right now? He's like, I don't think she'll find this very, very funny. And he's like, what? She won't like hearing that her son did a good job in a class? He's like, okay. Oh, geez. So he like grabs his phone and he does the bits, calls her, and it was pretty bad. Like he grabbed the phone and then he calls her. She picks up and immediately she's, what? I don't know if her son had done something to piss him off or piss her off or something, but like she immediately was grumpy, and it sounded like, I don't know. It sounded like he probably had done something to piss off his mom, maybe screwing around, partying too hard or something. Or maybe she's just a really grumpy person. But she picked it up immediately. What? And then he did the same spiel. He did a very good job. The class was very proud of him. He answered the question correctly. We just want to let you know that you should be proud of your son. It's like a beat of silence. She's like, what the hell are you doing? You're supposed to be teaching that class. Why are you joking around calling me like, this is insane? And she starts like going off on him. He's like, anyway, you have a wonderful day. And then he hangs up on her. He gives the phone back. And he gives the phone back. And he said something like, I'm sorry if you're going to have to dig yourself out of a hole with that one. I'll give you some extra credit. Walks back to the front of the class. And it was just like, dude, the balls. But it's because he's tenured. You can't fire him. So he's like, yeah, bring it on. Try to get me fired. Figure it out. It was bold. It was bold. But like to this day, he's one of the most hilarious professors I've ever had. I mean, very, very memorable. But just a weird dude. Just a weird dude. I think like there's something to be said. I don't see education as something that has to be miserable. I think you can have fun, be kind of goofy in college, and I think that that's okay. I think the perception that college has to be this like, okay, class, sit up, and now we do this. Like, I think it's fine. Like, yeah, it would be really, really freaking hilarious and also awkward if he called on somebody and, is your mom alive? And they were like, no. And honestly, he said it so confidently. I'm sure he had another line prepared and like queued up in case they say yes, or no, my mom's dead, or I'm an orphan, or their divorce or something. I'm sure that he had something lined up. One time he called on a girl and she like had heard stories of what happened, because this was like the next semester. It was towards the end of college, and he did the same thing. Is your mom still alive? And she right away was like, yes, but she's traveling in Europe right now and is in a very important business meeting or something like that. And like immediately you could tell he called bullshit. He's like, you lying to me right now? She's like, no. He's like, I'm not so sure. Well, good job answering that question. Went back to, like, he totally called it, but it's just funny. Captain Canada, thank you for that. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. It was a really good time. It was fun. And I like those professors are the ones that I actually learned from, because I like remember them clearly, and they were funny. They were goofy. You know, they were just outrageous. Is your mom still? No, she's as dead as an orno. Yeah. Would you recommend going to community college? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. No, there is no question. The first 2 years of college are all the same as what you'll do at the community college. There's no debate there. The first 2 years are all identical across all colleges. It's all like basic writing classes, basic math classes to catch you up to a base point, because they basically have to they have to assume that you didn't do all of the requirements in high school. So they just have you redo that for the first 2 years of college. So it's a total joke. Total joke. It's a waste of money to go to a full university for full price in those first 2 years, in my opinion, when community college does it the same for cheaper. So I would just go do it at community college. You'll save yourself tons of money, and you'll be very thankful when you get out of it with less debt, if you have to take debt out. So I would definitely recommend that. And then for years 3 and 4, yeah, go to a full university and get the full degree. But I don't think you need to do that for the first 2 years. Yeah, when a teacher becomes more comfortable not teaching from the book only, that's when they become cool. Yeah, or when they wrote the book. I did have that. We had a German ethics professor who wrote the textbook for the school, which seemed like a conflict of interest. That seemed like it wouldn't be okay, because like all of the students had to buy his book, and this was like a mandatory business ethics course, and every class had like 600 students in it. So like it's a business ethics course. Meanwhile, it seems like there's an ethical breach where you have to buy his book. I was like, this seems unethical. I was like, is this like a 4D chess like test? Like if you don't say something about the book, then you fail the ethics course. That's the actual test of it. It's really, really weird. Really weird. My professor wrote a book and told us to pirate it because he didn't like the publisher. That's awesome. I did have one professor who I don't think he was supposed to do this at all, but it was, I think it was still community college, but it was like my anatomy and physiology course or something like that. It was something a little off the beaten path, or maybe astronomy. It was one of those classes, but the professor scanned the textbook in as a PDF, and he's like, so it's come to my attention that one of the students or some faculty member or somebody scanned the textbook and put it online at this address. It's like a piece of paper with the link written on it, like a bit.ly link. He's like, I, of course, cannot condone pirating a textbook, even though they're extremely expensive and borderline a scam. I'm upset by this. I'm going to go get a drink of water and walk for about 5 minutes. I'm going to leave this here. I can't stop you from looking at the link. And then he just like left. He just walked out. It's like he was playing the game, you know, he knew. And we appreciate it because the textbook was like, this was one of those like $400 textbooks. It was stupid. Yeah, he's based. But like that, again, that's community college, because those teachers just like, they know how insane that is. So they're like, yeah, we'll help you out. Just don't tell my boss. Just don't tell my boss, please. Oh, man. Good times. Well, anyway, guys, we've been going for about 4.5 hours. I think I'm going to call it there. I feel my voice starting to go. And we're going to chillax. Now, my public speaking professor published her on. Oof. Yeah, it's always that weirds me out because it's like that is a conflict of interest. It just is. But anyway, yeah, W stream. I appreciate that. I've had a really good time. We've been having a blast. Crazy turnout today. We averaged well over 700 viewers for most of the stream. That's ridiculous. That's like actually crazy. So I'm very thankful for all of that. Like I said, we will be back on Friday for more, and we will also be testing out some games on this new crazy PC and officially launching that partnership. So it's going to be a really good time, and it's going to be good. It's going to be really, really good. So just caught the end, but thanks, Luke. Well, there's lots of stuff. No stream on Wednesday. Oh, today is Wednesday for me at least. But we'll be back in 2 days. 2 days. You'll see the event scheduled. Don't worry. But anyway, much love, everybody. Stay safe out there. Have a wonderful day. Hugs and kisses. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Also, thank you to everybody who donated. Yeah, I just realized I didn't say thank you. Everybody who donated, all the new memberships, you guys are crazy. We had a ridiculous number of donations. Silly number of members. Like, you guys are amazing, and you humble me every day. And I greatly, greatly, greatly appreciate it. Stay safe, everybody. I'll see you on Friday. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.